Hey, I'm just making sure that we are live on YouTube. Nice. All right. So welcome to Typelab Europe Day 2. I guess we have a bit of time before the first talk. We had some really great talks yesterday in both the Europe channel and also in the Americas channel. So if you missed any of the talks, they will be up on YouTube for maybe a couple days before we take them down. As Peter mentioned yesterday, we try to, we live stream it so that people who want to watch the other channels or for whatever reason miss any of the talks, they still have like an opportunity to uh, to rewatch. But then after a few days, we usually take the streams down. So if you missed any of them, you still have a chance to go watch. Um, I think we have a very nice lineup today. We have a very varied range of talks. Um, and I think we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have like around 8. So hopefully that's not that long for. If anybody's watching from like a later time zone than the one we have right here. So you can always come say hi or like turn on the mics if you have like any questions at the end of the chief of the talks. And yeah, that's it. I don't know if a lot of you were here. I think I see some people that were here yesterday. Uh, but yeah, hello again, or hello for the first time if you were here yesterday. Today I will be hosting on my own. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Tamara Zamora. I am a type designer. I am currently living in The Hague, but I'm from Mexico. I graduated type media last year, uh, but I've been uh, in and out of like the type lab channels for a while now. Mm. Yeah. I'm on my own today because Peter is at the Type Media graduation, which is happening right now. Also on Sunday at 2:30, at 2. Sunday at 2 Central European time. Uh, we'll have like the last day of Type Lab Europe, and it will be for the graduation projects from Type Media. So also if you like watching those, because I know a lot of people come to see those will be on Sunday. And again, if you can make it, the live stream will be up for a few days after. If you want to like catch or rewatch any of them. Everything's working okay on YouTube. I think so. Yes. Yeah. Also, I don't know if anybody, people who are here who are in Europe right now. I hope you are all handling the heat wave. okay, because yeah, it's kind of crazy right now. Yeah. Um, I don't know if any of the people here got the introduction Peter gave yesterday. Uh, but he was talking about like the history of how Typelab came to be. And as someone who wasn't here when that happened, I think that it's very nice that typographics decided to like bring it back again. It's very fun. It's also fun, like if anybody's ever at the typographics conference, it's very like oh, it's a very nice time if you are actually in the room. I think that some of the talks on the Americas channel later on today will be also like online, but they will also be live streaming the Typelab room at Cooper Union for I think for every one of the remaining talks, or at least the most of them. Yesterday we also at the Typelab Americas we also had like this speed run, and a few of us. Uh, I guess it was like a competition, but yeah, I don't know. It was like a friendly competition. We had 2 hours to create a typeface, and it was very hard. I guess also because it was almost 3 a.m. Uh, my time. My brain was probably not as sharp as it could have been, but it was a very nice exercise to just have people share uh their their screens and see how each person would take on the challenge of drawing a typeface uh, within 2 hours. The challenge was to draw A through C, uppercase and lowercase, and numbers. I don't think any of us managed to actually do it, uh, but it was a lot of fun. So yeah, I think you can also rewatch that on the other channel if if you're a bit curious. I mean that the one we did yesterday was in Spanish, but I mean I guess if you just look at the vectors, you should be okay. Uh, Also, I'm going to share the where is it? Yeah, the YouTube link in case anybody was looking for it, and also you can find all the information about the talks and the schedule at the in the Typelab website, which I will also be sharing right now in the chats. And wait, actually, I think I might just go drop it. Um, oh, it's actually there. I was going to drop it in the. Oh, hi, Jamie. I just saw you're watching on YouTube. Hello. Uh, I was going to drop the typographics link on YouTube, but it's already in the description. So yeah, if you need anything from, or like if you're curious what the schedule is, you can check it out there. Mm, I think also this year we didn't get that many entries for workshops. Uh, I mean, like during Typelab, and I think that's like the mini workshops are also kind of nice. But yeah, the talks were very interesting yesterday. I think that we some obviously very technical ones, the ones with the tools, but I think that it's always interesting how you get like the people who are actually building the tools too. tell us why they made it, how they made it, and I think most people are like super open to suggestions and feedback. And I mean, I guess that's why we are all here presenting at Typelab. So yeah, that's fun. Um, what else did we have yesterday? Yeah, I mean, I guess we had like the very technical talks, and but then we also had a bit of like some more like very personal um talks, and I think it's a very nice contrast how we find a way of, I don't know, I guess like combining what we like, which is type, with uh things that are more like personal and just like have like a better connection with us. Hello, I'm also looking at the YouTube chat. I see that we have people from northern Spain, and yeah, it's boiling hot there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw that. Like, I think that France and Spain are getting like the worst part of it right now. Um, I just decided to like close all the windows because I don't think it's that bad right now here. Wait, let me check. I think that in The Hague right now we are at 28, which for me is just unbearable, but it's not nearly as bad like as I saw it was yesterday in France and Spain. So yes, keep yourself hydrated. Uh, I wouldn't really recommend going for a walk, but maybe go for a walk around your house. Mm. Yeah. So I just closed all the windows because yeah, I think that's what's been keeping the temperature um cooler. Just closing the windows during the day, just to like not let the hot air come in, and then open it up uh, at night. Because I think that the good thing that at least we have right now is that it's very hot, but at night it gets breezy. So even though it's hot, like you still get a bit refreshed uh with the breeze. Worst summer in my life, and it's only starting. Yeah, I know. I mean, I hope that it doesn't get like I really hope that it's not this horrible for the rest of, I guess, July and August pretty much. But yeah, Mhm. We're not being very good at controlling global warming. But yeah, drawing type is a very good way of coping with it. At least we know that we can stay inside. Doo, doo, doo. What else do we have here? I think that also, wait, no, yes. Yes. Also, I think that yesterday we had some, I mean, I guess there's always like questions about like when the type lab what's it called? Like the Google Forms for people like to submit docs opens. And because we are tied to the typographics schedule, uh I'm not sure we have like a proper date set up, but I mean typographics is usually always in June every year. So if you want to have a type lab, uh, talk next year, or like if you felt a bit shy and you want to give it a shot next year, make sure to like be on the lookout for when the forms open. I think this year we opened quite early, maybe March. I want to say April, but I think it was March. So yeah, like there's a lot of uh time, and I mean, if you are, I mean, if you're new, if you've been here for like a few years, I guess most people know that it's not necessarily like, I mean, Typelab, it's not really like a finished product type of talks. It's mostly like what are people working on, if you're like developing anything, if you just have like a cool type related story to tell. Research, we had lots of research yesterday. um yeah, it's more of like a casual space where you can get together with people who will understand what you're talking about, uh and who are just like happy to be listening and seeing what people are working on, letter wise. So yeah, that lab is always very fun. And I think that are almost we should be almost ready to start. I'll just give it like a few minutes so it's till it's not. So we can kickstart with the first talk. Also, I don't think we had like any issues, like technical issues yesterday, so that was very good. And we also were very good on time, which is kind of weird. I feel like people usually run over, or we have like hiccup that makes us just push the schedule back a bit. But I think that yesterday we were very good with it. I don't think anybody ran over more than like 1 or 2 minutes. Even with like Q&As. Um, yeah. So hopefully we can stay on track today as well. But I mean, as we've said, like it's a very casual setting. So if we run over a few minutes, it's okay. And as I mentioned, I don't think we have like any hiccups with Zoom yesterday. We did notice that Zoom updated a few weeks ago. So if you are presenting and like you haven't tried to share a screen before in a Zoom call in a few weeks and your Zoom updated, you might have to like give permission to your computer for sharing, like sharing screen or like the microphone or the audio, etc. So it might ask you to log to show, like to restart the application. And really nice. We have a few more people coming in. That's fun. Yesterday we had about 30 people, I think was the highest we had yesterday. But during the whole day we had around, yeah, I would say like maybe 20 to 30 people. So that's a good size for a Zoom call. And I don't think like we can actually see. I mean, you can always like you always have like the YouTube thingy that says 8 people are watching now, but I feel like that's always kind of just the 5 people who are like making sure the live stream doesn't do any weird things. I don't really trust the YouTube counting. Like I don't actually think it's an algorithm, but like they can't watch. I always feel like it's a bit shady. But I guess Some is a bit better with that. So yeah. So hello to the people who just joined a few minutes ago. Aha. Nice. Do they stay on YouTube after the live stream for how long? Hello. We keep them on YouTube for a few days. I'm like I wouldn't actually know exactly how long because I think that it really varies. To be honest, I think that sometimes we forget. And then when somebody remembers, then we just go back and we take it down. But like I would say that maybe like for sure, maybe a week. That's how long it should be there usually. More than a week, probably not, but maybe. I guess it will just depend on whether we remember that we have to go back and set it, like take it down or not. Uh, but yeah, I mean to be completely honest, I think that last year's stream is still up. Uh, but yeah, America's channel is way better at remembering, and they do go back and take it down maybe within a couple weeks. Yeah, no, thanks, Pablo. I think that we know that a lot of people are like some people are shy or like they just don't have like I don't know if you're watching it as a podcast while you work. I guess some people don't really want to jump into the Zoom call and they will just put it on YouTube. So I think that it's very nice that we can do it simultaneously on Zoom and YouTube. And that way I guess we can reach more people. And it's also a nice way of having the archive, as I said, like for people who because I don't think this year because this year we also don't have like the Asia channel. But when we have the Asia channel, it's very hard because like the three channels overlap way more. So having it on YouTube is a very good solution so that you can go back and watch whatever talks you missed. So yeah, it's nice that we have it on both YouTube and Zoom. Yeah, as for the Q&A after the talks, we'll I mean if you're on the Zoom, we'll just and you want to like open like ask a question, you can just open your mic and ask it when we ask for questions. Or if you just have a question and you are afraid you might forget, you can just type it in the chat and I'll make my best to make sure that we read it after. And if you're on YouTube, I'm also trying to monitor the YouTube chat so that we don't miss any questions. Whoa. Do, do, do. Nice. We should be starting soon. And I do think that the first one, I think we have more. Wait, what is the first one? Here. I think we have Mohammed first. And I think,
Hi, I am here.
yes.
I was trying to put the background, the cool background that you sent me, but
Yes.
it didn't work, unfortunately. So you're gonna just see my plain wall.
No worries. It's okay. Wait, I have your background. Let me change to that one. Here.
How are you?
Nice. Uh yeah, so I mean we still have couple minutes till 12, but I guess you can also maybe start telling us a bit about yourself for a few minutes, and then we can start your talk.
Yes, sure. I was planning to do this as part like of my presentation in the beginning, but I can
Okay.
also tell you. Uh, I'm currently in Cambridge. I don't know if it's too hot where you are as well as it is here. It's been hot like for a few days,
Yeah.
so we're struggling with the weather.
There's a
But
heat wave right now, and it's not great.
yeah, hopefully for not too long. I mean, we're more lucky than others around
Definitely. Yeah.
in warmer areas. They see my if they see the degree here, they might just laugh at me. I mean, complaining about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see a lot of it, and I mean, I've seen a lot of complaining about like, but like it's not that hot, and yes, I know it's not that hot. Like even like in Mexico, it sometimes gets hotter than this, but I
Mm,
think that Europe is just not built for this type of heat.
true.
So yeah, it just feels a bit different. And I mean, at least where I am right now, in The Hague, it's very humid. So you just feel like the cloud of humidity all the time.
Yeah, I can imagine. You're in The Hague now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been there. It's really nice.
Yes. It's nice when it's chilly.
And maybe I'll start by sharing my screen. I'm asking for
Yes.
sharing request. Okay, great. Lovely to see some familiar names in the audience. I hope there is more coming, guys.
All right. Well, before you start, uh, well, wait one second. Just let me check something in the chat very fast. Awesome. Alrighty. So I guess we can start. Maybe I'll just very quickly introduce you. We have, wait, let me just, yes. We have Mohammed, the, I want to say this right, Dakat.
I'll give you the chance. Yes.
Nice. And yeah, I guess you can start now. We are ready for you.
Great.
Thanks.
Well,
Thanks for
thank you, Tamara, for hosting the session. And hi, everyone. Thank you all for attending. And thanks for Typelab for the opportunity to present today. A little bit about myself. On the screen. Okay. I'm a type designer specialized in Arabic and Latin, a co-founder at Foundry 5, and an educator and a researcher in Arabic type design. My PhD focus was on the diversity in common Arabic type design approaches and how the Arab readers perceive these different approaches. My talk today is mainly about a teaching experience I had between 2023 and 2025, but I'll start by a quick background about some aspects related to Arabic type that I feel are important to put this in context, especially for those who might not know much about Arabic type or the Arabic script. So what you see in this slide are Arabic typefaces or logotypes. Some used in newspapers, like these ones, and some in printed books, some in signage. These are logotypes, and these are used on web. And the Arabic script originally has, like authentically, it has different calligraphic styles. So this is part of the richness of the Arabic script visual representation. And these calligraphic styles. This is a sample of the calligraphic styles that were developed throughout centuries for different aesthetic and practical purposes. What you see on top, thuluth, for example, is used for display. This is used for text. Another ruqa is used for like everyday handwriting, while Farsi or Nastaliq is preferred in specific regions or languages such as Urdu. But what we see here is a different case. These are typefaces that are widely used in long text, like in paragraphs, in both print and web today. And they're relatively much more recent than the original diversity in calligraphic in the calligraphic styles. So to explain some of the differences, you might notice the linearity here on the baseline of this typeface, for example, compared to the more fluid connections between letters on the top. You might also notice a very rigid or maybe geometric-like structure for these letters. I don't know if you sense a similarity to the Latin script, and this is what I like to refer to as Latinized Arabic. Latinization is a term that probably most of you are familiar with, like and it affects scripts other than the Arabic script across the world, where the script is influenced by the look of the Latin script. Just to explain a little detail here, that these typefaces are not necessarily one typeface. So I'm not explaining about one typeface that is commonly used, but each one of them represents an approach. So for example, if we take this one, I took it as a representation for the whole approach of many similar typefaces that follow the same design approach. The same applies to the other also models here, but I have to categorize it to keep things simple. This might look overwhelming, but I will stay with this for a while. It will explain a lot about what happened. So if you look at classical Nasr towards the 19th century, like the beginning of the 20th century, this was the dominant text style in hand composition until the beginning of the 20th century. So where sorts used to be set by hand, one by one to form words, lines, and paragraphs, and it used to be the closest representation of the scribal Nasr style prior to printing. So with this one, I'll briefly cover like the other models as well. So this one, I will take the simpler one first. So this one, you might notice a close similarity, but with maybe less richness, if I can say. What has happened here is that lots of the unique connections or like unique combinations of letters are reduced to a simpler like structure. And this was mainly a reason to adapt to mechanical typesetting, which came around the like 1920s until 1950s. This is where it was developing, but then it became like a standard way of printing during the century. And these machines, so for those who are not very familiar with them, they used to be like typesetting machines. They simplify the typesetting process. They make it much more faster, and they allow efficiency, but they also come with a restriction that they have limited sorts, limited number of keys that you can type on. So for us now, they're like inferior keyboards, but at that time they used to be very revolutionary, and they made things much easier. They came with a restriction of limited numbers of sorts. So in order to fit the typefaces in these machines, a compromise was needed, which is to simplify the number of sorts and also affecting the way the typeface would look. This was not an extreme case, but another more extreme one was in the simplified Nasr, where you see like, for example, instead of an initial and a medial form for the letter, you have one form that serves both And same thing for the gene, for example, same thing for the letter fa. So that's the kind of the case in summary, or like in a simple description. As a overall result, this becomes much more rigid, kind of mechanical looking. But these machines, because of their very widespread, they allow these typefaces or this representation to become very common and very widely accepted among Arab readers. Another worthy model, if I can say, or like approach, is what I like to refer to as the Latinized Arabic, which is obviously influenced by the structure and the modulation, even the proportion, the grid system of the Latin, sometimes even letter forms, uh, li- like um, like the same letter form. Like for example, the letter J would be taken for a ra, or maybe a meme would be like an M would be flipped to make a scene in Arabic. So this like distinctly affects the outcome of the way the typeface is represented, but and affecting the proportions significantly. For example, these are the same words there. But and I always like to put this picture as a counter case like comparison. For example, this is, I think, is meant to be a lowercase b. It's a meme flipped upside down to to make a lowercase b. So Arabized Latin, what I would call this. It looks fun on a falafel shop sign, but imagine in a context, in a cultural context, just an imaginary one, where maybe the Arabic script is prominent, or it has like that kind of cultural influence, that it looks cool or superior in a way, or something that actually local typesetters start to use it in full book setting, for example. No one wants to see this scenario, including myself. But unfortunately, it is the case in Arabic type. So you see this approach dominantly if you go, I don't know, if to Dubai, for example, in a shop, in a mall, in a big mall, you might find this like shouting at you, like just it's very dominant in logotypes, especially. Also, particularly when it comes to matching Western brands, logos for Western brands, and such. A final approach that I think is worth covering here is what I call modern naskh. So if you look at this comparison between like what is kind of a more authentic representation, it's close in proportions and in shapes, but it has larger counters, for example, compact proportions for letters, and also maybe a generous interpretation of implementation of ligatures compared to maybe more simple ones, more simple like typefaces. So this can be seen as an attempt to fit to give more clarity to these typefaces in smaller sizes, also to give it a modern touch and such. So this in general is the scene here. Like we've seen what happened throughout the century. I just noticed this. Please visually ignore this bad typesetting. But yes, so what happened there? I think the main point that I would like you to observe when looking at this, especially that this scene or like this situation continues to be the case until today. So even with the digital typesetting technologies, there's very little made to reassess or re-question previous, for example, practices like these typefaces that become very, they are still very common until today. Is the period here where the introduction of mechanical typesetting actually initiated a period of delocalization of Arabic type making and Arabic typesetting. So what you see here is this is an image of an image, which is the reason why it is in a bad quality. What you see here is a workshop where I think the brains of these people that work there were very special, knowing every rule of how to connect a specific letter to another and to typeset in the correct way. And they had also the design also abilities. So the typefaces were produced locally, internally within the presses. And there's this like a huge knowledge about each letter, how it should connect with the other, and also huge care for the craft. And you would see this in outcomes of these presses, where the text just simply looks like a skillful, like uh, calligraphed like text, but it is actually typeset because of how much care and knowledge is put in this craft. Uh, it's literally, in my opinion, a tragedy that this kind of craft disappeared. So these are kind of instinct, like species, like the people that used to work there, they don't exist anymore during this period where the the fast, the more efficient, the more cost-effective machines were able to reduce what was once a local craft. So with this, when digital technologies became available, like in principle allowing people to anyone to actually design type, it becomes less puzzling that early attempts were kind of naive or confused, or maybe in other cases, previous models that were seen as standard or like commonly accepted were just carried on without much questioning or much reassessment, or like any effective reassessment of the type. And just a simple example is that this is the Arabic typeface that you see when you try to type on a MacBook Pro, Google Chrome in 2026. In my best description, this is just a sad clone of an previously also inferior and compromised like representation of Arabic, and it is the case that still goes on. So for me, this really like lack of this delocalization period affects the way we see type and we read it and we design it until today. And in my opinion, the main solution for this comes only through education. And this allows me to jump to an experience that I had in Egypt. So I was a few years ago, I was invited to go teach in a university in Cairo. That it felt a bit too random in the beginning, especially I had to relocate with my small family to another continent, a country that we haven't been to, and but after just some thought, it just started to feel like yeah, in my head I was like, hell yes, I want to do this. It just knowing what Egypt is when it comes to the history of printing, for example, or also just imagining how visually rich it is. These are only examples of what you see in an everyday maybe walk or something like that in Cairo. Uh, I knew this is the right place to try to do something about Arabic type or to teach Arabic type. And for those who don't read Arabic, this one says the modern press or like print house of Al Hussein, which is the area's name. So I hope that this just says enough about what you can expect in such a country. And just to show more examples, inspiration and like heritage of all types of uh, scripts and forms in everyday walk. This is from downtown, like shop signs, full of also talent and history. So it felt like definitely the right place to try to do something. I had a strong gut feeling that I should go there. and I actually joined. Then, unfortunately, almost as soon as I joined the institute, I was shocked with the high level of bureaucracy that I didn't imagine even existed in these days. And that's coming from the UK. So you can imagine just the level of bureaucracy I'm speaking about. To be honest, while preparing this presentation, I was in a dilemma. Like, should I tell you more about these challenges, or maybe like to give you a sense of what they are, or maybe just skip it for the maybe mainly for the respect of the relationship between me and the institution. And then I decided I'll go with the second option. So I'm not going to go through what these were, but it's just like I would just like to tell you that in a few months I was just considering leaving, saving what's left from my common sense and sanity, going back to where I came from. But also every day I was further appreciating the passion of the students that were around and their energy and their hard work. And it was obvious, and I think even more than what I anticipated when I wanted to join here. By the end of my first semester there, my brain was fighting between two decisions. One is to return to where I came from, and the other is to stay and do more. Then I get a gossip from someone there that some of the best in the batch, like some best students in the batch, are willing to join my are willing to join me in the pre-master year, which is their fifth and final year, if I offer to give a type design track. So of course this like was enough to cut the deal for me, and I ended up staying there for an extra year where I can start an academic year from the beginning and do something from scratch. Here was an opportunity to design like what I would call as my dream course. So with my forever most favorite teaching assistant, Iman Fikri, I hope she's here by now. I don't know, maybe not. We spend days of planning a full year of Arabic type design program. And most of this was inspired by my MATD year in Reading. I also got precious input from my friend Umayma Dajani, who studied type and media course at the KABK. And we also added our own touch for what we think would be locally valuable for our students to learn about. So we tailored a timeline of theoretical and technical sessions, things to refine their skills with drawing letters, like lettering workshops, like letter carving, also to work as a group, like revival workshop and production, like type production workshop with Khaled Hosni, who gratefully offered such a valuable workshop. And we had guest speakers curated to give like their talks when we thought it was most needed. Also field trips to a calligraphy museum, to a printing press, and to Bibliotheca Alexandria, the famous library in Alexandria, and the museum, the manuscript museum there. We also had guest speakers like Farida Ashraf about Arabic Type Archive, and Khaled Hosni and Umayma as well, and Kostas, my business partner. So it was a year. It was a very exciting time of planning. It was just rewarding to see every part of this actually coming true during the year. Sorry, and yes, I ended up working with literally who would I call my dream students. They're not students anymore. Like I consider them colleagues, but they were indeed amazing to work with. And we ended up with a really very impressive outcome when it comes to their typefaces. You can see this on my Instagram if you want to see the full range of 15 typefaces. But here I would like to cover like a few highlights. A typeface here, I think a crazy, very impactful display typeface that does also play with slant, and I think with mixed inspiration from from Farsi and probably Ruqa, but also with, I don't know, things that can only come out from the head of this creature who thought of these of such like very cool numerals, for example. And I was always impressed with how much she would try to explore different variations until she gets to the one that she will settle on. Here's a very interesting idea for a text typeface that does between formal. So first of all the typefaces were variable fonts actually. So they move between the axes. This one moves between a formal one and informal speedy one. So both this is like inspired by the formal naskh, and that one is by a more like hand written speedy version of a manuscript, as you see here. Wait, so this one is based on Nas Taliq, or the Farsi script, an elegant display typeface, a geometric low contrast Arabic with an interesting baseline slant, a hybrid between thuluth and naskh style for display or maybe even text use with an interesting weight variation. A typeface based on Diwani. This one is okay, I'll tell you more about it in a second, sorry. And super sexy display typeface based on Naskh, on Ruqa style. Another Naskh typeface, Naskh based typeface with a slant, with an interesting italic for like text setting. So these are just like examples to show you the endless, I think, potential that exists there. And uh, honestly, for me, yeah. So the story doesn't end there. So currently at Foundry 5, we're working with the designers of these highlighted typefaces to actually release them, put them in the market. And what you saw so far was like a previous stage of these projects. Some of them now has completely changed and took completely different directions. Others are inspired, but also were developed in considerably during the last year. So you can just imagine that by the end of the year, I was literally crying from having to leave such potential behind. I mean, after I left Egypt, and also for not being able to do more of this. But in the end, bureaucracy defeated me. But I still see a lot of potential there. And what I would like to share with you in the end of this presentation is what I learned, or what I think now is really the recipe of how I would describe it to how we can contribute to filling this education gap that I spoke about before. And I would summarize this in four main points. The first is accessibility and affordability. So learning Arabic type has to be in the region where these people, so then they don't have to travel like to another continent to be there for it, and they hopefully don't have to sell a kidney to afford the program. Also, a solid structure, like a long term, preferably a long term program, not like light workshops, which are usually fun, but they don't have really solid like use when it comes to actually knowing how to make typefaces. Accreditation is very important because people would spend time and money on this, and ideally an MA certificate would be perfect for this. It's not simple, of course, because you need to have the right institution to whether local or international to trust to collaborate on this, or like to make a partnership with on it. But also, it's not impossible if there is a real will to do it. And finally, continuity. So people need to know that, okay, this is the place, or these are the places where I should aim for if I want to learn type design properly. So uh, that's all for me. But in the end, yes, I would like to say that potential is definitely there, and it's super rewarding to work with such amazing talents. And I afraid maybe I took all my time with speaking, but if you have questions or thoughts, Tamara, you can tell us a bit better. Questions or thoughts, I'm happy to take if there's any time left.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. This was super interesting. I don't think we have any questions in the chat right now, but if anybody has any questions or thoughts, they are very welcome because we still have like a few minutes left. But if we don't, or like if people are like what they think, if anybody has any questions, I was wondering because like in like when you're mentioning uh like the things that you think we need to fill like those gaps. Uh, I mean, I think that I see a lot of relationship with like the things that I came across when I was trying to study. And like I mean I
Mm,
was trying to study like Latin, because like that's
mm,
what I know, what I can read. Like, and I know that for Latin that it's like a very big script. I mean, I wouldn't say there's a lot of options, but there are options. And I
mm,
don't think I particularly know any for like that are like, as you said, like either masters or like long-term programs for like different scripts. I was wondering if you know of like any programs that maybe are not this, because obviously it's what you're asking for, like to fill in those gaps, but like what would be like the closest uh, you
That's
think?
that's exactly the point. I mean, for those who are interested in Arabic, I would first think of the MATD in Reading, but it's really super expensive for like someone coming from the region,
Yeah,
especially.
definitely.
KABK definitely also a high recommendation. But also there's the one in Amiens. I'm bad with names, but so there are a few programs, but mostly in Europe. I think there's one in the US as well. In the region, I think there's something interesting happening in Lebanon, in Beirut. But with the issues in I mean, for someone maybe in Lebanon, living in Lebanon, they would feel like this is our safe place to be. But with situations that are happening, a country maybe like Egypt, for example, would be really a good place. Maybe other countries in the Gulf as well might feel more safe or more stable to establish something. I hope in the
Mm,
future I can do something in my home country like Syria or
yeah.
something. But honestly, there's a big gap, and I really hope there's something that can be done about it. I don't know, I would try to explore interest from international institutions in partnering, like making partnerships with local maybe universities
Mm,
to do something, give some type of accreditation or maybe collaboration on delivering something to make it more inviting or attractive to local also students. But yes, definitely there's a gap and it needs to be filled.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, I agree completely. I think we also have like a YouTube comment from Tarati Eduardo. And yeah, like she says, beautiful story. And yeah, it's sad that it's so hard to establish educational programs, even when there's talent and enthusiasm.
Mm,
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
thank you, sir. True, very true. Mm.
We also have another comment on Zoom. Any of your advice in structure for learning Arabic type design?
I hope I have a program that I ask you that I can invite you to join. But like working from like a self-taught, maybe this is what I gather from the question. If it's not the case, let me know. But yes, I would start maybe by getting some theoretical background. So just knowing what happened there in detail. So what I went through today is like just a very summarized explanation, but knowing more of the detail would help just to make a theoretical workshop. Then maybe also start with light things. If there's something about, I don't know, lettering, something to get you in the sense. I think there is lots of input on the web. Nothing
Mm,
maybe like solid, like with a solid structure to kind of give you a full knowledge, but at least it can put you in the
it's a start.
yeah, it's a start, like starting step. And yeah, hopefully you'll one day get some chance to get into more like solid ones. Also, please get in touch. I think it's a it's a question that needs a bit of exploring of what the
Time.
potentials are, what the situations that she has, and then decide what the best option could be.
Awesome. All right, so I guess those were like a lot of questions and comments, but thank you very much for sharing. It was very interesting, and you definitely put like some very important thoughts on the table.
Thank you very much, Tamara,
Yeah.
and thanks for all the
Yeah.
audience. Bye bye.
Awesome. Thank you. Bye bye. All righty. So for the next talk, we have, let me do the background change. Yes. We have Martin.
Hi.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, Tam.
Hey, if you are ready, the Zoom is yours.
One more time.
The Zoom is yours if you are ready
All
to
right.
start
Okay.
the
Yeah,
talk.
I am
Yeah,
ready.
perfect.
I don't need any big preparation. I'm ready to shoot. Let me just share the screen.
Perfect. Nice.
Okay. So, Peter gave this animation, so I didn't manage to put it in as my background, but I managed to put it as a beginning animation. So what am I talking about? I'll be talking about the typefaces for the German federal government that Jürgen Huber and I designed 15, 16 years back. I want to tell you a little bit about the initial process and the further development of the typefaces. Our client back then was the Meta Design agency in Berlin, and they were asked to redesign a corporate design for the government and the different ministries. And our client, though, officially um, uh, was the Federal Press Office. What's interesting about a job like this is not necessarily all the design stuff. That's okay. That's maybe relevant too, but the what's going on over the years, because with a client like that, with a scope like that, you don't just do a one-time design and then you're done and that's it. There's usually a little bit of a development or progress. Things are moving along technically, so you have to react to that because demands change. So you're never quite ready. It's a little bit like it is with different types of software. So in 2010, we applied for the job, and we were really eager to get this because, of course, a job like that is not something you get. You don't have the chance to get that, to make that happen every year. So our approach was, we need a ridiculously low price. We need to make sure that they have the skills to that they understand that we have the skills to do a job like that, and we need some form of like a personal touch. You know, families need to be fed. There are people behind this. It's not just some anonymous organization that does that. It's two guys who have children and who need to put food on the table. So we we made those pictures back then, and that made them tell us that, you know, you're in the running now, because you're such a great team. The funny thing is, or the funny thing was though, that we had never worked before together, but we had only written quotes together. But this was really our first job then, which obviously, so we got the job in 2010 by the end. And but then just a bit later, actually, we got information from our client, the Federal Press Office, that unfortunately we have to inform you that there are currently no plans to develop a custom typeface. So, okay, so what do you do in this moment? You feel like you jumped everything, you made it happen, and then you didn't. Just be a little bit patient, and you never know what's going on behind the scene, and so you just wait it out a little bit, and then eventually we did get the job. The I wouldn't say the starting point, but what the corporate design or the typefaces that were used back then for the corporate design were Gerhard Unger's Demos and Praxis, two typefaces that were developed for a certain technology for cathode ray recorders that couldn't do any sharp edges. So as a starting point, as a typeface is used back then, it was this, which we felt a little bit like a rubber boot feeling, because it was limited by what the technology could do. And like any item of design, like anything that is designed, it is a little bit a result of its time, of its styles, of its trends. So what we needed to answer, what we needed to understand, thus, if you design a typeface for the government and the ministries, what should that look like? What is the current idea of now meant to convey? So what were the communication goals? And once that was sort of understood, we could develop something that would sort of meet those demands or lean in that direction. So there are a lot of words thrown around that were somehow associated, that were supposed to be associated with a new typeface, which was too much. It's like too many ideas. So we boiled it down to these three core values or ideas to develop compatible sans serif family. What's interesting about a job like this, you're not really competing with another brand. Let's say you make chocolate bars or whatever. Here, you had much more values like legibility, for example, that played a most important role. It wasn't about differentiation from some competitor, but it was about creating a typeface for everyone. So we start with sketches and ideas. We prepared a lot of explanations and showing what character variations in general are possible, how to make sure that there are no misunderstandings regarding the L, for example, general structures of the G, and so on. How to prevent confusion when reading, of course. A typeface for the German government also meant like You want to be as inclusive as possible. So even people with visual impairments wouldn't have the hardest time reading it. And then, of course, the question when you design something for the German federal government, what is German design? What is the German idea? What is typical German? So is it, is it the distillation of the Bauhaus style, or is it the kitsch of Neuschwanstein of Ludwig II? Is it that simplicity, or is it the little bit or the Baroque idea of it? So if we take these two ends of the spectrum a little bit and take them as a starting point, you come to this idea that you have something that is very much constructed, let's say a din on the right, and something that is written and dynamic on the right-hand side, that is more based really on craftsmanship, on writing. And what you can then create is a framework that you can use to as a basis for sans as well as the serif. So that was, for type designers, that is easy to understand. But of course, for the stakeholders there at the Bundespresseamt and the ministries, that's a lot of information to take in. It's a lot of explanation to listen to, and yeah, so it's a lot of input. It's a lot of giving the people, explaining a little bit what we're doing, giving them a little bit of a design 101 session of what type designers are actually doing, and showing them serifs and apertures and tails or no tails, or should there be a little bit of a curve, outstrokes, serifs, the axis of the counters, the spurs, and so on. So we're still sort of in the design aspect part of it. So we had drawn a few options for a serif and a few sans options, and we sort of compared them to each other and explained a little bit what the pros and cons are, and yeah, and then so the question to them was really a little bit like, what would be the most fitting, if you will. This is a presentation we also gave at a conference a little bit earlier. So we compared all the different type designs of countries that we had access to, and so we're making this comparison, and you can see that they are actually quite different from each other. And the number two, the second row, is the typeface that we designed. So in that European comparison, you get a little bit of a sense of what that feels like. Those were then our proposed candidates. It was a little bit a good compromise, a consensus that's delivered on those three initial values I was talking about, or these ideals that were rational, that had a good balance of emotional, rational, and that were highly legible, and that still had a sense of determination. And so it has become a little bit what we didn't want it to be like a perfect, flawless, if you will, gentrified design, but it has a little bit that humanist idea in it. It's a design with a few quirks, just like very humane. So the serifs have a little bit of slant, it's a little bit asymmetrical. There's a sturdy backbone. That's the determination I was talking about. There's a certain softness, a certain friendliness that brings to the designs, and smiling, even a little bit of an overbite, and that we thought that's another thing that is that makes it unique without it being, too extrovert or something. I've shown you this picture with a stakeholder with the meeting all sit together, and so there are a lot of people understanding what you're showing them, but some are really have a very hard time sort of getting into the visual thing of something like that. So what you do then, you give them numbers. So for the ones who are not really receptive to the design aspects of it, you show them numbers. So you compare the toner usage of the new typeface compared to the old font, and then they can save 13.2% toner, and they can save some paper. So that is then the winning argument for the ones that need that type of input, and it was the winning argument then to some, and so we got a thumbs up and first release in 2012. Just a set of 12 fonts, 6 sans, 6 serif fonts that could be used in all for all the communication materials across all mediums, whether it be digital or printed. And both families had that same framework with the ideas of classic writing, if you will. Like you can see the pen a little bit in it with a mixture of a certain rationality. And of course, then when then you start to see it around town, and that's for that type designer. That's the I think that's always a very enjoyable to see one's work in such scale, also used all over the place. It's fun. So this is just like an overview of who would use this and what type of media it would be used in. And the idea was that the mixture of styles that until then existed within the ministries was then further streamlined, and including also that logo. So up until then, the different ministries as well as the federal government might have different styles for their corporate designs. But we, in 2017, we were then asked to look at the logo and define a condensed style for that. It's sort of interesting because what had been used up until then was a universe condensed, the light That was a logo that was designed by Lisa Eid and Yogur. They won a competition with that design of the combination of the typography, this bar and the eagle. That was then changed in 1997 to FF Transit, which is basically a Frutiger condensed with round dots. Then somehow in '98, just a short going back to the universe again, this time in the regular weight. And then 2017, we had the chance to redesign the typographic part by designing a condensed version of the Bundessans, the sans serif version of the typeface we had designed. And that could then be used for all the ministries and the federal government. And we had seen this cute nugget. We had seen this at a design agency where they were doing a lot of work for the ministries, and they had for every employee to see a little bit this comparison chart. And so cute detail that even took the right blue to put on, to stick that on the wall there. The next development after the condensed was the extension of light and black, but maybe that's not all that interesting. We made it a little bit heavier. We made it a little bit lighter. There's not much really to explain. What is more relevant maybe to the people here is to talk a little bit about the expansion of the character set. So there's this Deutsche Industrienorm, the German industrial norm, it's sort of an institute that defines an institute for normalizations. So which is often also used within the European Union. It's an agreement on certain standards. So in short, this DIN norm was for allowing better exchange of names and data within the European Union. And up until then, the typefaces for the Bundessans and Bundesserif contained 429 glyphs and had Latin extended support. That was good for Latin, but to comply to that new standard, we needed to design and add another 500 glyphs to meet that demand, to have improved language capabilities to allow better communication, more consistent communication. Jürgen and I we're not familiar with the Greek or the Cyrillic, so we asked specialists to help us with that. And Alexandra and Irene did each a script extension. But there are certain intricacies when you work, when you go further into details with certain scripts. For example, the Cyrillic dilemma regarding the Bulgarian Cyrillic and comparing it to, if you will, the standard or the Russian Cyrillic. If you compare the Russian Cyrillic on top to the Bulgarian Cyrillic, you'll find there are quite a few differences in the designs. Even though they share the same Unicode value, the designs are quite different. But of course, it's Bulgaria that is part of the European Union. So what does that mean? What what will be the preference for the Cyrillic design in with the extension of the when you extend the Cyrillic into the when you go into the Cyrillic. So our client, the Federal Press Office, decided that the Russian variant of the Cyrillic can be read by people in Bulgaria, but it's not true the other way around. So they decided we should go with Russian Cyrillic. So even though it's a typeface that is supposed to be used in Bulgaria, it has the standard Cyrillic. Another dilemma we had to deal with is the data size, basically the carbon footprint of fonts, or the carbon footprint, which it's a phrase I coined, and that has to do with, as I said, data size. So take this font TTF, just the description of the character outlines, without any hinting instruction, without any including kerning, but no hinting. And you then hint that in vertical and horizontal directions for clear type rendering, and you end up with a font that is where that hinting information takes up more space than the description of the outlines. So this had to do with that in when we designed the typefaces in 2011, mostly, we had to make sure that our typefaces also performed on Windows 98, because some ministries back then were still using that operating system. So we had to compete with that, if you will. Back then, also web fonts were relatively new, so you had to make it work that way. So, but if you take that setup and then extrapolate and say, okay, with the expansion of 500 more glyphs, we're going to have something that's much too big. So, what to do with that? And at that point, also a question came in from the Federal Press Office, and they were wondering about what is the how much data do we use for our fonts? Are they bloated or not? And we dove a little bit into it, and interesting facts about use of what the internet traffic accounted for regarding CO2 emissions. And then we also found, looked into it. We looked onto on their website and found that they actually use the uncompressed TTF instead of the WAF2. So they were able to save half a megabyte right away. So all this discussion made us rethink a little bit the type of hinting we were going to be offering. Because of also technology moved along, the resolution of the screens got much better. You only have LCD displays anymore. So we're comparing here on this slide old school hinting that would also work on Windows 98, and new school hinting that is a little bit more pragmatic. And it's here and there depending on what you look at. Either one has their advantages and some disadvantages. And in the end, we got a new set of fonts with 500 glyphs more, but a data size that a little bit less than the original. And of course, when you compare that to WOF and WOF2, it gets even smaller. So looking at it now, they are using the right format now, and responsible to or helping us with that were Monica Bartels and Christoph Köberlin. He did the new school hinting, and she did the old school hinting. And yeah, it has been a long process with different chancellors in Germany running the government, and we didn't have to use Calibri or Times. And yeah, so that's the story here.
Thank you. It's very fun to see like how a project evolves, especially once it's like a project that's this long.
Yes.
And when you might have to like jump back and forth, obviously, like between other things, and then somehow like just bring yourself to rethink about this with different perspectives.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting job that many facets to it, and that, as I said or showed, that's ongoing. We're still talking to the customer about certain aspects, and their needs change. Yeah.
Well,
So,
thank
does
you.
anyone? Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
let's go.
I did a little bit over time. I'm sorry for that.
No worries. It's okay. I was actually going to ask if anybody has any questions because I don't see any in the chats. Yes, there's one. Arthur is asking, was the typeface and the extensions with light and bold and different scripts even part of the larger redesign of government identities, or was this a fluid path and up to the sections of the government?
The original character set was Latin extended, ranging from regular to bold, or regular italic to bold italic in both sans and serif. That was sort of the initial scope, and then later the sans was extended with a light and a black. Also in the original glyph range of Latin extended. The extension to this new standard with more than 900 glyphs, including Greek and Cyrillic, that was done just 2 years back.
All righty. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you guys for having us. It was fun.
Yeah, thanks. All right. And next up we have Katarina, and I think she's already here. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes.
So nice to be part of this. Thank you, Martin, so much for this super interesting talk. Nice. Should I just take it over from here?
Yeah, for sure. Go for it.
Perfect. Then let me share my screen. I'll quickly allow it and share the whole screen. I think you can see my screen now. Perfect.
Yes.
Nice. I will give you a quick introduction of a parametric web-based tool called GridType, and I'll walk you through it. Let me know if you have any questions in the meantime. So I'm Katharina Neidl. I'm really excited to be here. I'm a designer and developer. I come from classical graphic design, but work mostly on web design. So I'm also not a classical type designer, but I'm very interested in using coding as a tool for design, also as an educator currently at the HFK in Bremen. And I've built a small tool called GridType, which I wanted to introduce to you today. So when you use code as a design tool, I think the interesting part is not rebuilding, for example, an open source version of Adobe, but rather to think about what decisions you make when you try to build your own tools. And I think it gets more interesting the more specific it gets. And I was inspired by the Plaque Découpée Universelle, which you might be, some of you might be familiar with. It's a stencil from the 1870s where you can draw all the different kind of letters just in one kind of stencil. So the idea came to me to make a kind of digital version of this stencil in a way that you could have a grid which you would then use as a digital stencil and be able to use it on the web as well to draw different kinds of letters. And I think the interesting part that happens in the translation from maybe analog stencils to digital is that you can add different kinds of parameters here and think about what or how this changes maybe the grid or also the design that you come up with. I'll walk you through some of the grids and the research I did behind it, a little bit of the technical part, and later also what's happening with the project next. So this was the inspirational grid, basically, but soon I was also interested in different kinds of, or researching other kinds of grids. Of course, there are historical references, one of them being the Roman de Roi, not the first, but one of the first geometrically constructed typefaces. This is probably more a research grid than a grid where you can actually draw all the letters within it. But there are other references that I found quite interesting to translate. For example, the Kombinationsschrift or the Bauhaus lettering stencil system from Josef Albers, which has different modules which you can also try to rebuild within that grid. There's also a one other historic type design reference here, and that is Wim Krauw, who of course famously made lots of different kinds of grids and typefaces with it. And I think in this translation, it was quite interesting also to see at one point, some of the users actually used the inner parts instead of the outer parts to design something, or how flexible these grids can actually be if you try to fit different kinds of letters within it. There's actually from Boom and Anna a Thai grid type version, which they try to fit in within that grid, but I'll talk about that later. But maybe let's have a look at some of the other grids as well. So this is, of course, a website that you can also try out for yourself. And I think where it gets really interesting is, I think there are 3 other grids that are a little bit inspired by display technology, something, of course, also that is quite relevant to how typefaces appear on the screen. So there's a grid that has different kinds of, you could say, resolutions. And there's one which also plays a little bit with the different kinds of segments that you can see on different displays, or a grid that references a bit both dots or also the punch card dots, which you see from early computing. Besides these maybe referential grids, there are 3 other geometrical grids, and I think this one is one of my favorite ones, which is quite, it's the rectangular, the how do you say, the rectangular standard grid. But I think what is quite interesting to see here is what happens if you add these different parameters, so that it's you can decide on specific parameters in the beginning, but the results that you actually get when combining all of them together is something that is quite unexpected or serendipitous. And I think that's something that is super interesting for experimental type, but of course also is interesting if you work with parametric design in general. So these are different kinds of grids. There's also a circular and a triangular one. Maybe this one is also still an interesting reference from the Letter Spirit project, a project where there's also a grid in the background, but we're using not the edges, but rather the inlines here, of course, of the grid. I think what was interesting to see, especially when people started using this online available tool and to see how they would use it. I think there's still some things that can definitely be expanded upon. For example, currently I have certain diacritics, but there's also a beta version which has a little bit of more diacritics. Maybe I can jump into the little bit of a technical part for 5 minutes. For some of you, it might be interesting how this is built. So I built the web application with Next.js and especially OpenType.js. And the idea is that you have different kinds of grids, and they are constructed sometimes a little bit differently. For example, the rectangular grid, I used Paper.js, a library where you can construct geometric forms, and then you can say, okay, I want this and this many rows and this many columns, and then it generates you SVG forms in that specific placement. And then if you click on something, it is selected, and there's an area which remembers which selections you have made for each letter. For different grids, for example, for the more complex one, I used different kinds of SVGs, which are then loaded into it depending on the different kinds of settings. And they look, of course, a little bit different, not quite constructed, but rather pre-drawn, but still interesting to change between different settings. And the interesting thing is with the open Type.js pipeline, that if you have certain SVGs, you can then use them and connect them to certain letters so that you could then generate a font out of it. You also have some metadata with it, and you define which letters are then exported into the font, and each of these letters then corresponds to the selected SVGs. And maybe this is a good point to come back to the question of, okay, which letters can you actually draw with these with this tool? And that's maybe the interesting part. If you code something, that it's actually, this letter object is also just a list of Unicode and character names, and you can actually extend it quite easily now. In the beta version, for example, I added something for the Latin diacritics, where you have all the different kinds of other Unicodes, which you can then, of course, also add. But maybe that's also a little bit the limitation, or something that's still work in progress, because it's not very usable to draw every diacritic on its own, but rather you would want to have something modular, or then also in different kinds of alphabets, it also does not work in that way that you just can draw all the letters, but it's a lot more modular. But I can give you an example of how Boom and Anna solved that as well. Maybe that's a good point to tell a little bit about where this project went, because I think the most interesting part is if you build a tool, what happens with it. So I think I did have a version also where I came from the analog, went to the digital, and then reprinted them or laser cut them out as stencils again. But I think asking different people to actually use the digital tool was the most interesting part. So we did some small workshops, a series, one workshop with Yamuni Pausani and Celine Hurka, where we created a setting where participants would create ornaments with the tool. And that's always the part, you build a tool that's supposed to be for type design perhaps, but then it ends up being a kind of illustrative tool as well. Or I also heard you can design logos quite well in glyphs. That's sometimes something that you also cannot control, but maybe also something that is an interesting outcome. There was also a workshop together with Charlotte about character descriptions and then finding new characters within that. And eventually we also thought together with Celine Hurka, it would be really interesting to see what designers or type designers would do with that tool. So I think it was last year when we asked different kinds of designers to use the tool, choose a grid, and then create an edition of 10 grid type typefaces, which is Grid Type Volume 1, which is coming out now in July, open source. And we have some really exciting typefaces. It was super nice to see what people did with the tool. For example, the type designers were Julie Verens-Kroll Sørensen, Anna Cairns, Miguel and Cesar from Fanfare, Hanne Boslau, Studio Hanley, Boom and Anna Svitkule, Oscar Dennis Collis, very sorry for this, and this, Svato Rushka, Trang Ha, and Charlotte Rode. And I think the interesting part is that you have some similar grids. I think this one and this one is a rectangular grid, but it still looks, it can look so different. And I think I was mentioning Boom and Anna's typeface, which I'm really excited that they've tried to use the Thai or tried to use the Thai letters within the tool, but actually it turned out there were quite some things that had to be fixed. And thank you so much for Boom to actually do a rework of what was generated. And we now have a working Thai grid type font, which I'm really excited about. Yes, this is the Grid Type Volume 1, which will be available soon in, I think, in July, and open source for download. Maybe also interesting because, of course, the generated, I think this is a very nicely working font, but of course, other fonts, as they're generated, they have, of course, a different quality. So we decided it's more interesting to get them out there and make them open source. And you can download them soon, but there's also going to be a publication with the type specimen in that. And I thought it could be interesting to share that as well, that is on the way. It is a Riso printed type specimen together with some research and some interviews with Lena Webers, Celine Hurka, and Studio Pointer, and the wonderful typefaces. I'm just very quickly showing some of the slides, but I don't want to, or the pages, but I don't want to spoil too much as well. And some very interesting Q&As as well about some different questions about using or the relationship between tools and type design. So you can also be excited for this. It's some test prints here and some in-action printing by Chobo Ko from Noki's Riso printer in Amsterdam. And I think I will just briefly give you a glimpse of the publication. And afterwards, I'm really excited also to hear some of your questions or to see what you would be interested in doing with the grid type tool, or if you want to help out with maybe advancing it a little further in different kinds of alphabets as well, feel free to reach out to me. I'm always open for that and excited to see what kind of typefaces will come out of it as well. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. That was super, super fun. Let me see if we have any questions. Okay, so I don't think we have any questions in the chat right now, but yeah, I just wanted to ask you, I mean, obviously you started from like the I guess original stencil shape. Oh wait, there's a question. Does the website build a usable typeface?
Yes, maybe I can quickly share that again. Sorry, I went through it quite quickly. But yes, the fun part I think is actually, and that's the magic then of OpenType, to say that you have SVGs and convert them into Unicode, and that converts it to OTF. So you can of course also download it as SVG, but you can actually download it as as an OTF, and it then converts to or is then automatically able to install the font already.
Nice. That's fun. So if you wait, I forgot my question. Yeah. You started from like the original stencils, right? And then you sort of like developed, I guess, your own grids from there. Are you planning on like creating more grids? Or like
yeah, there were definitely some thoughts about that. For example, there could also be the possibility to say you can actually upload your own SVG and then use that as a stencil, which could be interesting to have it more customizable. Or of course, the grid research is just a little excerpt of what kind of grids you can build. So there could also be lots more kind of grids. It's for now, it's also monospaced and just one single height basically, but it could be interesting to expand that in both different kinds of grids and different kinds of functionality. So if you have, I think we have a Discord as well. If you have a feature request, feel free to post that in there as well.
That's nice. And it's also, I think that it's very interesting that you already, I mean, I don't know how you started like doing the collab with Boom and Anna, but like it's very interesting that this, I guess, early in the process, you're also trying other scripts, because I think that will definitely like make the project like much richer at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. I think I would love to. And Boom had some amazing knowledge about what I would have to think about if I would want to do that in a either maybe first way or more complex way. And that was super valuable. So I was really happy to have these experts on my side, and I hope that I can develop it further a little bit.
Yeah. I think that's very nice, because I guess like each script comes with like its own set of challenges. And
Definitely.
yeah, like just I guess figuring it out earlier on in the process. I mean, obviously it helps that script, but I think other scripts can also find fun ways of using whatever works for that one.
Yeah, definitely. So, for example, to have some kind of modular system where you, as for example, what the diacritics or the way that, for example, Glyphs does it with some sort of anchors. But yeah, then it's always finding a way in that system to apply it. I think that could be interesting.
Yeah, nice. And also, I mean, you have you build like the typeface. You can download the usable typeface, but like you can't type in the website right now, can you?
No, not yet. That's also on the feature request list.
Nice. Yeah, I feel like that'll be fun to like get a little review, and maybe if you don't like it, you can.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, for now, it's quite experimental display fonts, not spaced out in any way. So I think there are lots of options that could be nice as well to add a little bit of custom spacing or different kinds of widths.
Nice. And like, do you have any other, I mean, like, because I guess you did like a bit of research on that, and that's what will be like on the specimen. But like, have you researched any other like modular methods that you think can help?
Yeah, definitely. So I think there are, of course, these historic references to grid-based typefaces where you have a grid and then or find a specific grid and develop a font from it. But also if you do the or building a parametric type tool on the web, there are also some interesting thoughts how to do that, and some other projects that are going in similar or different directions. I think there are things to think about. For example, for me, it was helpful to say, okay, the basic concept is the grid, and we go from that the grid is parametric, but there are also, I think, even within the grid, you can either choose to draw within the grid segments or at the lines. So for example, the letter spirit is more the having also grid, but using the edges instead of the space in between. Or if you go into different kinds of parametric fonts, there are also these skeleton fonts that you have basically an outline, and then you do something with the outline and you decide how wide the outline can be. So I thought that was also interesting decisions and lots of options to think about how to program also different font shapes and what concept you want to use for that.
Nice. Alrighty, thank you. I don't know. I don't know if we have like any other more questions. Let me just quickly check on YouTube, because sometimes there's like a bit of delay on the stream.
And
Not YouTube, but we have one on Zoom. Is it possible to change the axis angle for the grid?
to basically shift it in one or the other direction. Not for now, but I think that's also an interesting question. And I think potentially it could be because you have the base is a SVG, and you can do quite some transformations with the SVG. It could be quite interesting to have different kinds of effects on top of that to distort the SVG grid path and then use that as well. I think that's a great idea as well.
Nice. Alrighty. Oh, wait. Or in space.
Change the axis angle for the grid. Yeah, maybe you can reach out to me. That sounds interesting. Nice.
I also feel like this is a fun project for like if you try like color fonts or something, you'll be.
Oh yes, yeah. It was super interesting to see all the symbols during the workshop with Celine and Yamuna. That you can also use it a little bit as a drawing tool, and and for me it's always interesting to see what comes out of it. So feel free to send me things you've made, and I'm excited for the publication coming out. I think 13th of July at Slanted. Thanks so much for all the contributors, and thanks so much for all the interesting talks today. I'm looking forward to hearing more interesting type stuff.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. It was very fun.
Thank you.
Yeah. Alrighty, so we are just in time for our next talk, and I think we have Hector next, and I think we have him here. Yes.
I am here. Hello, Tom. How's it going?
Hi. Good. Alrighty, so yeah, I mean, we are 1 minute before, but it's okay, we can start.
Perfect. Yeah, let's set up the admin. So it's great that we have 1 minute before. I'm gonna see if I see my slides.
We
Fine.
see your slides, yes.
Perfect. So this is my title slide. Great.
Awesome.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So perfect. We still have 15 seconds before that. So maybe I could just, wait a sec, or if you want me to start, I could already start.
I mean, I guess we can start right now.
That's perfect. That was a very good, very good pause. Super. So thank you, Tam, for hosting this event, and thank you to the ones that are watching. online. I saw some familiar names, which is always nice, but I also saw some new names. So yeah, I'm also very grateful to be part of this, having such a great lineup and so many great speakers. This year, it's been very cool to just follow along. So yeah, thanks. So for those who don't know me in the room, I'm Hector. I work at Typotech, and I'm essentially a psychologist working in this foundry. I'll talk more about this in a second. But I'll start by introducing Typotech, who we are. We're a type foundry from the Netherlands. And we have a large extended team with collaborators that are everywhere in the world. We collaborate with local designers from all over to develop our fonts. But the core team, the core team of our company is pretty small. We're 10 people. This is us a couple of years ago in The Hague when we got to meet. Normally, we're spread out all over, but this was one chance that we got to meet. And we highlight the professions of each of us. These are 3 wonderful font engineers and people taking care of the back end things, making the software actually work. Then we have 6 designers, quite a few hands drawing type. And then there's me, who is a cognitive psychologist in this team. And what am I really doing here? What is exactly that I'm doing in this company, in this group of people? So well, my main contribution to the team is with empirical testing, and that is essentially running user studies to understand what our readers need and how we can tweak our fonts to make them more accessible for them. So essentially, I would be designing experiments and building methods to understand what users prefer, and therefore design our fonts in accordance to that and develop fonts that actually work for users. We're very lucky to publish the research we do. This is a pretty rare thing. The internal research that we produce, we try to publish most of it, and we do this with peer-reviewed journals, which is a pretty rare thing. Not many people do peer review publishing. This is an article from RZ typeface, and we published it in the Information Design Journal. And the peer review process I say that it's rare because it's a very tedious, very long process where you need to get challenged before things come out, right? It's the scientific method, where the scientific community works with the peer review process, which is where you send a journal a paper, and then they assign a few editors, 2, 3, 4 editors, that review your document and then challenge it and send you feedback so that your motivations can be challenged, and there can be people with different motivations coming in and contributing to the same product, the same research. Even though this is a pretty tedious process, it's what makes scientific publication so valuable, because this process is what makes the things that are published to be truthful, what makes them truthful and verified and checked by many parties with different motivations. Because when you're publishing something and you're the only one saying this, you may have motivations that could be biased, that could be just partisan, and could come from your position. So this is something interesting about my work. But before we get to the peer review process, before we write the journal, before we design the experiment, we always need to review the literature. We need to make sure that we understand what other people are doing, so that we're not doing the same thing and we're actually advancing the knowledge that we have. This is the reference manager that I use normally, and it's just browsing through a few references. So a lot of my work is just going through papers, seeing what they've done, how they've done it, what they found out, and just understanding essentially what's out there. The problem with these papers is that they're normally in this very cumbersome language, and they're just hard to access. Also, sometimes you need to pay to get access to the research. So it's not the most accessible type of material. So if we were to draw a Venn diagram of where the layperson is and where academic research is, the overlap is pretty small. I'd say this is optimistic. It's more something like this. It's a very small overlap where academic research doesn't make it easy for people to just access this information, this knowledge that's really valuable and that's really truthful, and that has it's a very valuable sort of knowledge that should be more widespread. So as a studio, this is, well, as a cognitive psychologist in the studio, this is where my work sits. And we normally get questions like this as a studio. People ask us, do you have a fund for people with dyslexia? Right? And to answer a query like this one, so to understand, do we actually have a fund that's good for people with dyslexia? We would normally start reading the literature and try to understand what is dyslexia and what are funds for dyslexia and do they actually work and how is it that we can answer this question, right? So if we break down this question to different parts, the first thing that we need to define is what is actually dyslexia, right? What do we refer to when we say dyslexia? Dyslexia is an umbrella term. So dyslexia is this big umbrella term for many different challenges that happen with reading. So these can be many different things. Reading is a very complex process. So there's many different things that are interacting at the same time and that are playing into reading. So when somebody has a challenge in one of these angles, what the system normally diagnoses them with is with dyslexia or with reading difficulties. And these can be problems with orthography, so recognizing and storing the visual patterns of the text, right? Or you can have problems with the naming of letters. So this is a rapid automated naming. So it's just like you see a letter and it's hard for you to call it out. Or you can have this eidetic dyslexia, which is a visual or surface dyslexia. It's a problem with shapes, or you can have problems with the sounds, or you can have problems with the numbers, right? Phonological or dyscalculia. And this is already pretty complex, but like it's a very big rainbow or a set of different challenges, but it's even more complex if we try to find them in a person. So a person normally doesn't just have one, they normally have interacting challenges, two challenges or even three challenges that are working together to make the reading experience very hard for the person. So, okay, in a nutshell, dyslexia is an umbrella term that describes a vast diversity of cognitive challenges that affect reading. These are many different things, and we do not have one solution for all of them. So it's very hard to diagnose. There's many different things that are affecting the reading process. And generally, there's different solutions that we've found in pedagogy. So like when we're educating the people, but also as adults that are already proficient in reading to help them read better. But there's not one solution, at least not that we know of, that psychology knows of. And then in this context, right, we get things like groundbreaking, the news of some new fund that's been developed that helps people with dyslexia. And they normally come with claims like 50% of reading is improved. And this is the design. And the design is normally pretty weird in the shapes they use. So it's an abnormal or like an expected design, but they tend to follow a pattern. And so the peak of this trend of these typefaces was 10 years ago. Now we're seeing a downfall of these typefaces, but there's still we still get questions on whether or not you have funds for dyslexia. So it seems like it's still a hot topic that people are interested in. And so in these 10 years, we've had time, the academic field has had time to actually catch up and do research on this. And we have a few papers. We have limited research, but we do have research. And the results are pretty inconclusive. So if we look at peer-reviewed publications, so publications that are that have gone through this process, we see that we have 7 peer-reviewed publications, of which 4 showed that there's no improvement by these funds. 1 showed that there's actually an improvement caused by these funds. And then there were 2 other studies that made very dubious comparisons. They were normally comparing the target funds of these very widely spaced dyslexia-friendly fund with Times or with Calibri or with Arial. And this is in a way like comparing apples to oranges. Like if you're comparing 2 things that are completely different, there might be many things that are actually making them perform different, so to result different. And it's as simple as just putting all of these funds that are mentioned in the papers side to side to see very clear differences. So like they're already very different. The lower one is Open Dyslectic, which is one of these which is one of these funds that are advertised and sold as dyslexia friendly. And well, the first thing that you can see is that, well, the proportion of the X height in comparison to the general proportion of the ascenders and descenders is different for each font. So like, and that is shown to affect legibility. So that is already something that you're not controlling for if you compare these fonts. And then also the width, which is a clear indicator of the legibility of a font, is also different between the fonts, and also the interletter spacing. It also changes between these fonts. To make a comparison of Arial versus Open Dyslexic, for example, wouldn't really be too fair because there's many other things that are also changing besides the shapes of the letters. And some of these papers that I was mentioning before actually do these comparisons, adjusting the other fonts, so the non-dyslexia-friendly font, to the parameters of the dyslexia-friendly font. So for example, there's one study that compares Arial and Open Dyslexic, and Arial with increased spacing and and adjusted size to Open Dyslexic. And they see that if you increase the spacing, automatically the improvement is gone. So it seems like it's spacing that's affecting this more. We also have other fonts that have not been independently researched yet. Some of them have internal research, so research that has been published with their release. And these, though, are designed by actual designers, whereas the other typefaces that we were reviewing before and that I mentioned before were generally not designed by type designers, but rather graphic designers or people with dyslexia that just wanted to contribute to the community. But these ones are actually designed by people in our field. So these fonts, to me, offer a simple solution to something that's really complex, to a very complex problem that doesn't really have just one solution. And still, even though they don't seem to work, people still love them. Why is that? Well, my theory, the hypothesis that I think is behind all of this is this sort of loop of visibility, of feeling seen, which is essentially that when somebody that's in the community designs something for the community, the users of the community will resonate with it. This will make the user base grow, and then companies will adopt it. At one point, Wikipedia supported Open Dyslexic. So this wave can get to a point, this loop can get to a point where the fonts are actually very widespread, and you can see them in many places. And this is valuable, and I think this is very important, and we need to account for this. But at the same time, I think that there's still a problem with this little overlap between the academic research and how this is shared beyond the type design industry or beyond academia, right? And that is essentially one of the things that I always find in my practice, which is like, how can we bridge this gap? How can we make the academic research that we have on one side that has valuable information more accessible and make the overlap bigger? So normally, before we can try to bridge this gap and find solutions for this, I think we need to also understand that there is a correlation, there's a relationship between the technical complexity of the material that we're explaining, and this happens in the literature, in the scientific literature, but it also happens in many other things. There's a relationship between the technical complexity and the engagement that people have with the material, right? If you do things that are very complicated, it's unengaging. If you're oversimplistic, you feel patronizing. So you need to really try to go into this middle spot where the majority of people will stay engaged and will want to engage with the material. Sadly, most of the work I do as a researcher, and also generally the type community does, remains on this side. Like the layperson normally struggles with accessing these materials, but the sweet spot and where we should be aiming is here, this area. And the solution to bridge this gap and to build these connections and these like as a solution for this is what we call accessibility tools for designers. So accessibility tools for designers is a small hub that we're presenting, that we're starting to work on. Will probably take quite a while to develop. We're still in the early phases, but it's essentially a suite of tools to help designers understand what the research says and also communicate it better with clients and with other colleagues. Because the more access and the more knowledge we have to this, the better. And these tools we've divided in two parts, and I will start with the first of these two, and this is documentation. So documentation is, as it sounds, it's essentially gathering in one place the things we know about specific topics. So for example, one of the topics we've already covered is dyslexia. So this thing that I've been discussing, we've thoroughly reviewed the literature, and we've written short articles on various different things within the topic of dyslexia, which go from diagnosis to interventions to the typography that claims to be dyslexia friendly, and the studies that we have. So the studies that I mentioned before, we've reviewed and we've written a thorough article on these on the website. And these are designed to be engaging, short, to the point, whilst maintaining rigor and accuracy, essentially. To make things more engaging and more approachable, one of the solutions we've found, one of the tricks we've borrowed from geeky documentation, is the use of dashed links, so dashed definitions, essentially, where you can just engage with the text, and then when you see a text like this one, you know that there's going to be a definition that explains the term. And we've done this in the hopes of keeping people engaged with the material and not just being lost by a very technical word that we can't really substitute with synonyms on the text. This is one of the many things that have come with the iterative design process that we've followed. This means that we started the design of this tool with a survey, with a large survey, and then we looped the development phase with users, so testing with users over and over. We would develop a prototype, we would test it with users, we would do live testing, we would do surveys, we would ask people what they think, we would evaluate those results, and then we would go back to the design table and work again on this. We've had the help of Matt Baxter, who is an information design researcher at the University of Leeds. He's an expert in this type of work, and his PhD is essentially focused on this, on communicating design knowledge and design and guidelines to lay people. The survey that I was mentioning before, we did with a sample size of 200 people. We distributed it online on our platform. We were looking for designers mainly because they are the target audience of our tool. The target audience is our clients, essentially, and the people that set our type. And so we asked a series of very detailed questions about how people engage with accessibility. So how often is it a priority? How do you think your clients engage with it? What do you think are the needs? What are the trade-offs also of accessibility? So if you need to give up accessibility for something else, what is that something else? Is it time? Is it cost? Is it aesthetics? We found that aesthetics is the number one thing. So this informed the design also of the website and how limited the guidelines should feel. And then we also, of course, surveyed for other tools that are out there. Apart from doing our own research on like what is out there and what are the tools and what are the resources, we also asked people, do you use any tools? What documentation have you engaged with? And if there's been a problem with any of these two, what was it? How did you have a problem, right? And on top of this, so this is for the initial survey, we've also been doing user testing, which essentially means live testing with people, having people open the website and just think out loud when we give them a task. So we guide them to a task within the website, and then we see how they navigate the site, and we polish the site using this data. We're preparing a paper on the full methodology of this website. This is still a work in progress, so the website will probably still see changes, but we're preparing a paper on the methodology that will hopefully come later this year, but with how slow the peer review process is, it may be next year. Additionally, the dyslexia tool is what is out now, so the documentation is out now of the things that we've already discussed before, but we're already working on the next things. So we're preparing a section on wayfinding and also another section on legislation. So these documentation sites are the next ones, but we're open to suggestions. We're very happy to hear what other people are doing. We're doing this with Sofia Ferrer, who is a cognitive psychologist, and we're very keen to hear what next steps we should take. So this is one half of the tools, the documentation, so the docs, and to engage with the documentation, because I think it's still pretty dense and it's pretty hard for people to just dive in and just go, unless you have curiosity for one specific thing, or you just want to browse what is out there. It's pretty hard when you're designing to go out of your way to just read documentation. So we've added also testing tools. These are very simple web-based tools where you can just take your design, put it on there, and get an audit or some feedback that essentially leads you to very specific documentation pages where you can read more about each specific thing. So for example, we have a text contrast analysis, which essentially allows you to just, as I was saying, drop a poster or a design that you've made. And then within a few seconds, it will analyze the text. It will do a bit of local analysis, and then it will give you an audit of how each of the words on the image actually perform. And then you can see the contrast ratio, how good is it for each of them, for the average. And then you can also get, as I was saying, direct information about what the different standards are, what do they mean, and so on. This would be for the text contrast analysis, but we also have an attention heat map. Similarly, you drop an image, and then you essentially get what the hierarchy of the image is, so where your attention goes first. So the main key points of your image, the second, and then the third, the tertiary things. We also have an alt text generator. This is for web development mainly. So you drop an image and automatically you get a short and a long alt text. And we also have a vision simulator. So a tool where you can see through the eyes of different people, essentially dropping your design and seeing, well, this is how a person with cataracts sees my design. This is a person with glaucoma, with tunnel vision, or with macular degeneration, for example, which is the inverse. It's a blob in the vision. So these are functional, fully functional. They're available online already, and we're developing more tools as well. As the more documentation we launch, more tools will probably come out. And so yeah, these tools are this part of the funnel. If we were to plot things in a funnel, these are at the very big part of the funnel at the beginning, and then hopefully the idea is that people dive into the documentation using these testing tools. Additionally to this, and this is the last thing I will mention, we also have a checklist, which is another testing tool of sorts, which essentially allows you to navigate the documentation in a more engaging way. The checklist is pretty simple. You tell it what type of content are you designing, and then who are you designing for. So for example, let's see, people with dyslexia and people with autism. And then let's say that it's also people with color blindness. All right. And then we can just get the direct recommendations for each specific group. And we have examples where with each thing. And you can see, as you can see in these tiles, you can read documentation about each specific recommendation. So this would be the checklist, which is the last part. And the whole site is already available. It's online. It's available under the Creative Commons Open License BY-SA 4.0, which means that you can use, reference, and share the data. You can remix it, transform it, and build on it. You can do this even if you're doing something commercial, as long as you credit the original source. And we're trying to do this with as much editorial independence as possible, even though this is not a peer-reviewed process. We have many reviewers that are checking that the content that we put up makes sense. Additionally, the team that we've assembled for this is not graphic designers in the Foundry, nor they are type designers. They're mainly psychologists. So it's Matt, it's Jean, who wrote for the dyslexia section. It's Sofia Ferrer, who's writing for wayfinding and legislation, another cognitive psychologist. And it's myself, who also, I don't have the knowledge from the type design. I'm not so influenced, is what I mean, from the type, from a type background. And this is us at the moment. But if you're interested in collaborating, I'd be very happy to hear your thoughts. The more we are, the better. This is still an early phase of the project. I think this is a fun new thing that is really exciting. And I think the more we are, the better. The site is already out, so you can go check it out online at accessibility.tools, no .com, no .net, nothing. And yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. That was super interesting. Nice. Wait, let me see if we have any questions. I don't think we have any questions. Oh, wait, I think we have some in YouTube.
Hey.
Okay, so Sahar asks, well, I mean, she was. I find this incredibly interesting as I often find that my many claims around funds resolving issues of those differently abled are not soundly grounded in rigorous research and testing. Question. It seems the conclusion is that typography and design are solutions to the issues discussed here rather than something that needs fixing at the design level. Does that mean these tools are universal and can be applied to other writing systems as well?
Can you repeat that question? I feel, it's
Yeah.
very hot here, so my brain is a bit
It's okay. No worries, no worries. Okay, so it seems that the conclusion is that typography and type design are solutions to the issues discussed here, rather than something that needs fixing at the design level.
So
Does
the
that-
typography, the typography is the solution, not at the design of the letters. So like the graphic design, at the graphic design or the typographic design, right? Like macro typographies where
it says typography and design. So yeah, I think it's like micro typography.
So
yeah.
I mean, what I can say about that is there's interventions that can be done on both levels. So there's things that are better and there's things that are worse. At the micro typography level, there's crowding is a thing that happens, and not only in Latin, this happens in all scripts. The more jump things you have together, the harder they will be to read. So like space is very important. And then at the macro typography, so how you set the length of the lines or like the interline spacing, that also affects you. I don't know if I'm answering correctly the question, but then going back to the
because I think then I guess that was like a statement, and then it said, does that mean that these tools are universal and can be applied to other writing systems as well?
The tools, the testing tools at the end, yes, they should be universal. Then sadly for the dyslexia section, for example, the literature that we reviewed is mainly in Latin. There's some stuff in Cyrillic, there's some stuff in Chinese, there's some stuff in Kannada, there's some stuff in Gujarati. We've reviewed these things, so they're mentioned, but it is true that in general, like academia, beyond legibility, I think academia is a very Latin-centric world and English-centric. So that is a problem. That's a limitation that we mentioned on the website. But I do think that there's many things that are extrapolable to other scripts as well. And we cover that. We look at how dyslexia manifests in different scripts. We have an entire section about the global lens of this issue.
Nice. And I mean, I guess I had one question, and it goes along those lines of what you just said. Are there any plans for it to be, like the tools itself, to be in another languages?
That is a very good question. So I would love that. I would really love to translate the site to other languages, but I will be completely honest with this. It's very costly to translate to other languages. If you mean the documentation, it's very costly to translate it. And we thought that just the vernacular, like the vehicle, like the main language that we use for design is normally English. So we decided to go for this. But it is true that is also a limitation that we should consider.
Nice. All right. So I think that's it for questions, unless there's like a last minute.
I see Anya just connected. Hello, Anya.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. So yeah, I guess. Oh, wait. Oh, no, yes.
Another.
Yeah, the question was answered.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to talk more with the person that asked that question on YouTube. So yeah, if they could reach out, I would love that. Also on Instagram or whatever.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. That was super interesting.
Thank you, guys. Yeah. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, of course. I guess it's time for the next. Wait, let me find your.
I'm here.
Yes, no, I'm looking for your title thingy. Is it this one? No. Here. Whee!
Hey.
Nice. Alrighty. So I guess next up we have Anya, and she's going to be talking about Georgian type today.
Yes. Hi everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
First, okay, perfect. Not all of the dozens of the fans that I surrounded myself with. That's great. So let me try to share my screen. Oh, can you see it?
Yes, we see your keynotes.
Oh, perfect. And yes. Can you see it now, full screen?
Yes. Perfect.
Perfect. Hi everyone. I'm Anya. I'm a type designer, and I'm very excited to share this story about the first Georgian printed type with you today. So, but before we continue, I would like you to quickly imagine Georgia. So it's the land being at the coast of the Black Sea, uniting basically Europe and Asia. This is the place with extremely big variety of landscapes, churches, and of course, food, and of course, wine. Georgia has three kinds of script, Asantavrouli, Nuskuri, and Hidruli. First two are more historical ones. You can see them being used in religious texts and some architecture. And Hidruli is basically the main script that is used in contemporary Georgia. And now let's go back to the research. So a year ago, me and Yulia Stamenski decided to dig into the topic of the first printed Georgian book because we wanted to make a typeface. So research was supposed to be just the first part of the project, as it usually goes. Little that we knew how deep of a rabbit hole we were about to discover. And so yeah, first printed book in Georgian language and in Georgian script was printed in Rome in 1629. It is a Georgian-Italian dictionary. So you can see pretty much there is Georgian, there is transliteration to Latin and Italian translation. Technically, in 1629, there were at least two books printed. First, so the dictionary. Second, Alphabetum Agericum, which is basically a deeper dive into Georgian script and also prayers. And the third, separate one, it's only mentioned in two sources as a separate so-called like test run book. Printed, it is a litany. So we started our investigation with a few notes. Judging by the title of the dictionary book, it is composed by Stefano Paolini with the assistance of Niceforo Irbach. Book was printed for missionary purposes. The script is in Hidruli. And we also know that the physical Georgian type, so metal or anything, never made it to Georgia, to actual Georgia, the country. So a little bit about our approach to the research. We decided to divide our research into two directions that were, well, interesting to us. First is more of a social historical one, because we wanted to dig a little bit deeper into this propaganda fide, where it was printed. We wanted to know who were Stefano Paolini and Niceforo Irbach. We also wanted to understand a little bit like what was happening with Catholic and Georgian Orthodox relationships. Second direction is a type-related one. We wanted to look deeper into decisions behind letters. We also wanted to figure out what happened to them after, get a little bit more information also on the Latin part of the dictionary, just to, get a context. So we didn't really see ourselves as academic researchers, but rather as detectives, because, well, this topic just sounds like a very interesting detective story. So first of all, propaganda fide, or Sacra Congregatio de Propaganda Fide. I apologize ahead for all of my pronunciation of all of the different languages for this presentation. So yeah, apologies. Literally, it's translated as propagation of faith. It was established in 1622, and it was set to train missionaries. It's, by the way, still active till this day, although operating under a different name. A little bit later, in 1626, Pope founded the Polyglot Printing House of the Sacred Congregation for the propagation of the faith. So basically, the printing house to this organization with the aim of providing publications that are needed for missions. This printing house inherited a considerable amount of typographic material that is at least 23 alphabets, which was donated by Vatican Printing House and the Oriental Medicean Printing House. So these were other printing houses operating in Rome at that time. And the creation of new characters was entrusted to the engraver Stefano Paolini. And here you can see the table on the historical building, which states pretty much that that first printed book was the Georgian Italian Dictionary, and two names mentioned, Stefano Paolini and Nikifor Irbach. So who is Stefano Paolini? We don't really know much about him. He was an apprentice of Giovanni Battista Raimondi and first worked at Medici Oriental Press, which was specializing in Asian languages. Well, and he also is credited to these beautiful engravings. And when reading about the printing of the Georgian Italian Dictionary, we find a limited set of names that were involved there. Paolini is considered to be printer. We do have information that he was assigned to the printing of this dictionary. But it's almost impossible to assign concrete roles to the people that were involved. Most likely, Stefano Paolini was more like a manager / director alongside the printer, whereas others were assistants or punch cutters. And like in my favorite story, Tedesco literally means German. So that's pretty much the only thing that we know about that person. Who is Nikifor Irbach or Nikifor Irbach or any other quite like several names that he has in different sources? He was a monk and ambassador of Kakhetian King Timoras I. He was sent by the king to Europe to seek help from various shahs and kings attacking Georgian lands. And well, Nikifor tried his best to fulfill the mission. He won over Pope and congregation, and he was propagating Georgian language to Propaganda Fide, and he even converted to Catholicism later, basically opening a door to Catholics throughout Georgia. But of course, the main result of his European travel was Georgian Italian Dictionary. Fun story, Georgians and Georgian linguists say that this dictionary is full of grammatical mistakes. Some translations seem to be coming from Greek and not from Georgian. So that's why at some point there was a theory that emerged that Nikifor was actually not Georgian, but Greek. But considering the fact that Nikifor actually left Rome quite before the dictionary was in the works and printed, we can safely assume that he definitely massively influenced the way how Georgian type in this dictionary looked, but had little influence on the contents of dictionary. That being said, it's really not the only Georgian-Greek confusion for some Europeans. Here's the book of Guillaume Postel, a French linguist of 16th century, who made an introduction to the alphabetic characters of 12 different languages. So while some languages were introduced properly, for Georgian, he was like, nah, yeah, they're just using Greek. It's okay. But coming to the type side of our research, there's a theory that first Georgian printed type was based on King Timoras' handwriting from a letter that he sent to a pope. But we don't really have proof of that, at least by now. So far, we can assume that this type was generally heavily influenced by handwriting practices at the time. Main reason to suspect handwriting is the amount of ligatures that were cut. This is not a usual thing for printed Georgian type. Here you can see all of the ligatures that were made for the first Georgian type. And of course, because we're type designers, we felt weird if we wouldn't at least try and, you know, dig a little bit deeper, identify the Latin parts of the dictionary. And with the great help of Ricardo Oloco, we managed to connect the Latin parts to one page of the specimen of Stamperia Vaticana. Stamperia Vaticana was a different printing house, but most likely Propaganda Fide received printing material from them. And regarding this specific type, the most famous researcher, I think, of Renaissance type, Hendrik Vervliet, says following: "This type origin is unknown to me." So that was pretty much the end for our research on the Latin part, but it's okay because we had a lot of other things to research. And here I wanted to zoom out a little. So the first printed books in Georgian that were printed in Propaganda Fide are well known to researchers, especially of 20th century. There were a handful amount of books written about this topic, but the main focus in such research would be either linguistical or historical or religious. But as type designers, we kind of hoped to find some physical material to investigate, because so far most of the stuff that I've shown you in this lecture is available online. Unfortunately for us, a lot of directions were unsuccessful. We were being told that there is no metal letters found, and that is either Latin or otherwise in the archives of Propaganda Fide. There were no further connections of Latin parts, and there was not really, a lot of knowledge of what happens to Georgian letters in particular. So we decided to continue searching through books available online in order to get maybe, hopefully, a fuller picture of what was happening with Georgian language in general in Europe. And the first stop turned out to be Germany. We found a book written by a German linguist, historian, and ethnographer, Julius von Klaprow. The book is called Trip to Caucasus and to Georgia, and it's Klaprow's ethnographical diary throughout his travels. Klaprow studied Asiatic and Caucasian languages. He was actually quite a famous and respected quote-unquote Orientalist. And this book was an important document because he would describe the landscapes and the languages and people, and which was at that time considered, being exotic for Europe at that point. But also this book is quite fascinating because it combines several scripts like Arabic, Greek, Cyrillic, Georgian. And also notice my favorite one is the placeholder for a acute in Fraktur at the bottom right. And Georgian. Yeah, looking at it, we realized it looks very much like the first printed Georgian, right? We dig deeper and we find the French edition of Klaprow a decade later. And then it was printed a decade later. Now here it's really obvious to us that this is the same first printed Georgian type, and if you're not convinced, well, you can check the ligatures. This book also has several scripts, even Armenian, and we also notice an interesting name of the organization, which is Société Asiatique. Again, pardon my French. We dig deeper into this society and find another important person who was Marie-Félicité Brosset. He was a scholar specializing in Georgian and in Armenian. And his book, Elements of Georgian Language, is a very important study on Georgian language. We dig deeper in the Société Asiatique, and we dig deeper into Journal Asiatique. because both Klaproth and Brosset did numerous articles there. And guess what? Again, we see the same first Georgian type. But there was one more thing that united all of these books printed in France, which is also a fun fact as well. I didn't know that before. If you see this serif-like element on L, then you know for sure that this is a typeface that is that is a typeface from Le Primiri. So Le Primiri is a state French printing house with numerous changed names because of all of the numerous historical political situations in France. And this is, again, also still functioning organization, which prints important documents and papers. And surfing through their affiliated websites, archives, August last year, I very unexpectedly find the punches of the very first printed Georgian. So, of course, I contacted them, and in November, I went to their archive and managed to document these punches with a microscope. The microscope topic is also another topic for another talk. I'm not gonna stop at it here, but I just wanted to show you all of these beautiful, beautiful punches. And again, ligatures. But you may ask yourself, why France? Like, how did that happen? Short answer, Napoleon. Slightly longer answer, with the French Revolution and a successful, well, for Napoleon, successful Italian campaign, there was a treaty signed, which basically stated terms of surrender to the papal state. So, like to, Italy. It also stated the confiscation of artistic treasures from Vatican. So a bunch of artifacts were now, and again, quote unquote, liberated from the tyranny of the clergy. We know that, aligning to also this event, that first in 1797, it was mattresses that were actually purchased by France and moved there. And a little later, it were punches that were seized to France. And we are talking about punches of dozens of scripts, right? Like, it's not only even Georgian. So there is this phrase, Rome is no longer in Rome, it's all in Paris. Becomes quite, contextual. There's another fascinating quote. I'm going to read it. These types originally cut to propagate the empire of superstition among the remotest nations will, in the hands of 3 Frenchmen, be the electric conductors of philosophy and of sciences conducive to the happiness of mankind. So this is a quote from Philippe Daniel Dubois Lavernais. Sorry for pronunciation. Then he was a director of Imprimerie de la République. So we can get pretty much the gist of reasoning of France to have all of that printing material in their possession. So the year is the year is 1805. France, and the Pope is invited to Paris, and he gets a tour to a newly named Imprimerie Impériale. Like, so we are again talking about all of the same printing house in France, Imprimerie. He's being shown freshly printed Oratio Dominica in 150 languages. And this book is literally printed with the material that was seized from Pope's domain. And according to some documents, the Pope stays very pleased seeing this book. But no matter how fascinating this story is, we want to look at letters. And we see that alongside 150 languages and endless scripts that French seized from Rome, for some reason, Georgian language is not set in Georgian scripts. It's set in Latin. So there is this quote from Fabian Simon, who shed the light on this story to us, saying like a huge thanks for him. So 5 years after this publication, the Oratio was used as an inventory of the Parisian Imprimerie, acting as a guide to its capabilities, especially in quote-unquote Oriental typography. So basically, this Oratio Dominica was this massive specimen, very important specimen to show, the importance and the greatness of printing capabilities at that time. Next year, 1806, and Parma, there is a new Oratio Dominica printed in 155 languages. And it's made by Giambattista Bodoni. We know that this work was conceived as a reaction to Oratio Dominica printed in France. For Bodoni, it was kind of a matter of restoring Italy's reputation at this point. And while we look at all of these beautiful letters and beautiful scripts, we also see that this book, unlike a French one, actually has Georgian. This was the moment when we found out that Bodoni cut Georgian letters. We later find out that he cut them not specifically for this book. He cut Georgian way earlier, at least from 1775. And we find out that punches and matrices are still alive and exist in Biblioteca Palatina. Thank you very much for allowing to share these photos. So again, these letters were made no later than 1775, because we found out at least one book that used them earlier. And just to give you the context, Manual Tipografico was 1788. So that was 13 years later. And also, if you're wondering, no, there is no Georgian in Manual Tipografico. So there is this lecture available on YouTube talking about the impressively huge research into Baskerville fonts. I highly recommend you to take a look at that. And in this lecture, there was this phrase that was stuck in my head: punches have been moving a lot and have been recontextualized. I'm not sure how many times our punches were actually moved apart from Italy to France. But this first printed Georgian definitely has been recontextualized a lot. So we went for book hunting to find any usage of the first Georgian type, and also trying to systematize all of the books that we find along the way. We, of course, start at Propaganda Fide. But there were actually quite a few more books that were printed in Propaganda later, after the dictionary. So also fun story, one book that is on the right, we literally found out on Instagram randomly. There is no mentioning or copy in catalogs, nothing really online. And this book is in someone's possession. They found it in family house. So yeah, insane story. If you know this person, please let me know, because yeah, I really wonder what is this book. So Georgian was used fairly often throughout 17th and 18th centuries in books printed by Propaganda Fide. And in 18th century, there were Georgian scholars that arrived to Rome, and that fact could have stimulated more printing material in Georgian. But Rome was not the only place in Italy where Georgian would be printed. We found several books printed in printing house of San Lazzaro dell'Armeni, that is in Venice, that is an island with Armenian monks. So yeah, this also was printed there. And you can see the first Georgian type being set with other fonts, because at this point there were already other Georgian types made in Europe. But again, this is worth another talk. So Germany, of course, it's Klaproth. The circumstances of Georgian letters of first Georgian type appearing in Germany is yet to be established. In France, in 18th century, Diderot also made a table with Georgian alphabet alongside others in his encyclopedia. And here we would carefully assume that he'd seen the first printed Georgian, because it feels like letters were heavily inspired by it. Marie Félicité Brosset had several books about Georgia and with Georgian language. And he basically might be the biggest user and influencer of Georgian in 19th century outside of Georgia. We have at least 5 issues of Journal Asiatique that had first printed Georgian. And the latest finding in our research is basically when we were trying to go through polyglot books and Oratio Dominique books. So this is the find that is called so-called Elephant Folio, made by Alois Auer, who was who was an Austrian printer and inventor. So these are massive pages. And there is a list of all of the scripts that were, I assume, available to him. He did some work trying to systematize and to unite scripts somehow. And voila, there is also the first printed Georgian. But oh wait, what do we see here? We see that Bodoni is credited. Wait, did I also say that this is the first Georgian type? When analyzing punches and letters from books, we realized that in quite a few books, letters themselves, they vary from punches in a way that it cannot really be explained with printing conditions, ink, paper, whatsoever. So that means that there was someone somewhere who made a copy of these first Georgian punches. And yeah, we opened yet another question for ourselves. So yeah, this is kind of the current state of our research, and there are questions left. I think that every day there are more and more questions left, but I'm just gonna give a quick overview of the main ones. So we are very interested of how come how Georgian letters came to the German edition of Klaproth. Where did this similar to the first Georgian type punches? Is it possible to find these punches? Why was Bodoni credited in Austrian book? Did he cut more than one Georgian? Are there any other countries where books with first Georgian type were printed? Plans for the future? We really would like to wrap up the research to some extent. And yeah, again, it all is, this whole research was supposed to be the first part of our typeface project. So we would really like to finish the typeface. In November this year, there's going to be an exhibition in Bulag. So if you're in Paris, please join. And hopefully in some future, there may be a book. And this is just for the sake of showing the typeface. I'm not gonna talk about it now. Still in the works. And thank you. And special thanks to all of these people who helped us along the way and answered all of my emails. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, this is like
Yay.
a really,
okay.
Yeah, it really feels like a rabbit hole. Once you go down, it's very hard to
Yes.
get out of it. We have a couple
Exactly.
questions. The first one is, can you highlight shortly how Georgian letters come and expand to France? I understand that because of Napoleon, but why this small language become popular in books? Religion, since the research?
So I think that the main direction for this would actually be these researchers and cartologists. So like people who do the research specifically into Georgia. So like this Marie Félicité Brosset and Klaproth. So there were other people, because I didn't have time to mention them all, unfortunately. But basically, very harshly, like very rough, I would say that for Italy, for times in Italy, it was indeed missionary purposes, and for France, it was educational purposes. So because France was very much, like we want to learn, we want to like make encyclopedias and stuff like that. So yeah.
Nice, thank you. And then we have another one, and it says, have you found any aesthetic parallels or design principles between these Georgian typeface and Latin typefaces from the same period?
Not really. I mean, it feels a little bit like it were many different people who had different jobs in the printing house, and there were someone who actually cut the Georgian, and I think it's also it's nice to see also all of these books that use the same Georgian, because especially in a Klaproth book that is printed in Germany, because you can see the combination of Georgian that is approximately 16 points. Approximately points are very like at that time it's like not a real term. And then being set with Fraktur. And then there would be other books where they would have a smaller type for the main text, and then bam, there would be this like Georgian that is I don't know 2 times bigger. And I just think it's fascinating, and that also says I think that they didn't really like people who printed such books. They basically had only one Georgian in their possession. They didn't have money or I don't know like a task to cut any other Georgian. So, for example, I also didn't say this, but again, like with all of this research, I also unwillingly almost dug a rabbit hole of other scripts, because again there were like dozens of different scripts made in propaganda fide, cut in propaganda fide, and then later moved to France. And so sometimes I would see how other scripts were treated in other books. And for example, for Arabic, there were many more point sizes, or well, rather like letter sizes, Arabic would be used in captions and stuff like that, and Georgian, like it was just one size and used everywhere.
One size fits all. Nice. Okay, I think that's all the questions we had, but thank you very much. It was great.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all of this, and thanks for all of the other presenters.
Yay. Next up, I think we have Surab, and I think we have him here.
Hello, hi.
Hi. Wait, just let me, yes. All right, so we are ready for you if you are ready.
Yep.
Awesome.
I'll just share my screen.
Yes.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, great. Cool. So my talk is on typography in play and fatigue. To start, I would tell a bit about myself. So I'm a game designer, a bit of a typographer, and an academician. So I have been designing games for the past 7 to 8 years. And I have also done a few type works for game titles. And I have worked in tabletop, hybrid, and digital game formats. Currently, I'm the co-founder at Immersync. So at Immersync, we build generally tabletop games, but other gamified experiences, which are also like tangible physical experiences. Currently, we have our own world IP called Shinerox, and Shinerox is more of a transmedia IP. We are starting with the Maze of Mudu, an experience, a gamified experience rather, and we will be releasing more. We also run a game a month series. So to start the talk, let me introduce you more to the tabletop game environment. So in a tabletop game environment, we have uneven ambient lighting. So the lighting won't be present evenly across the table. There are multiple readers or players seeing the game components from varying distances. Cards being passed around, read upside down, hold at odd angles, tone on the sides, players constantly in active conversation and negotiation or thinking strategies how to outdo the opponent. And the same text being read repeatedly for hours after hours, the same card going round and round. So in this kind of a condition, what would be, so my talk is basically what should the typography be, how should the typography be help readers or players in this kind of a highly stressful condition. So if you see a game card anatomy, you have basically the card name, the 10th Street Hooligan over here, which the card name is the identification, and it's like a rapid scan when the card comes up. The cost value of the card over here, it's I think 1 is the cost. It's something that is generally symbolic, numeric for an instant recognition. The rules text over here, it's like when 10th Street Hooligan comes into play, if the tree symbol was spent to blah blah. So basically that rules text what happens, like what happens when you play that card. So that needs a close reading. Keywords and symbols. So various keywords, various symbols that are there in this card, only 1 symbol and 2 symbol is what I can see here. So basically in set collection, we have pattern recognition and all those things that are there, and a flavor text, basically the description of the card over here. It's written in that itemized quote form. So that's for leisure reading. Now, if we look at a temporal dimension of during a game, so if we see a long drawn game, something like Twilight Imperium, Twilight Imperium is quite a long game based on like a single player takes around 1.5 to 2 hours gameplay alone, but the game is 3 to I think 6 player game. So overall 6 to 8 hour game or a full day game. Sometimes it turns out to be. And over there, the action cards, if you see, which are quite critical in the game, but it has a very compact serif font at I think 7 point. So it's very difficult to read at times. And as times goes by, as the fatigue comes into players, players routinely misread the action cards. The physical dimension. So in games like Codenames, players sit across the table. So 2 players who are the who gives the pattern sits on the one side for both the teams. It's a 2-team kind of a game where the number of players are divided into 2 teams, and rest of the players sit on the other side of the table. So players should be able to read the cards from both sides, which is why generally in this kind of cards, it's a minimal all caps sans serif grid, and which has a very high excite with a generous spacing. And generally used a humanist typeface, because if it had a very tight tracking, it would be very difficult to see from the different angles. If we look at a cognitive dimension, a game, while playing long drawn games, there's a huge cognitive load. So working memory is occupied by the game state, the strategy. You're constantly strategizing how to outdo your opponents. Your attention is divided because you're frequently getting interrupted by what others are playing. You have a competition negotiation always going on. And after some time, the brain just stops reading. You just try to pattern match or see the symbols and try to recognize the card. So in such kind of a thing, generally typefaces with strong distinct word shapes outperform the visually uniform ones. If we look at, now we'll go into much more details, like if you look at the X height. So I couldn't get better card resolution of this, but you can at least identify the X height of this two. This is the old edition, while this is the new edition. So Magic the Gathering, the new edition started using Matrix 2 with a generous X height, but the old edition, if you see, it was a very condensed one and a very low X height, and readability was very difficult. But over here, it even has the hierarchy of what it is, what is the rule, and the flavor text. If we look into the stroke contrast, for games like Arkham Horror, they have a very particular serif from a 1920s, looks like a 1920 Pulp Fiction kind of scenario. But if you see the card names, they are quite atmospheric. But while playing, it's a card game. So if you even you have to read from, you have to able to read from across the table. And the thin strokes of the display heading frequently drop out, making names difficult to distinguish at a glance. So it's quite difficult to read the card names of Arkham Horror. If you look at spacing, tracking, kerning, so games like Agricola, which has around like 80 words of rules in a particular card, and the cards are pretty small. So sometimes what they do is they try to squeeze as many text as possible into that small space. And to do that, they generally change the tracking leading of the type. And what happens is it's quite difficult to read. But the old edition was like that, but the recent 2016, like the revised edition changed that and reduced the text density. So it's much more easier right now. In terms of hierarchy, so under fatigue, players generally do not read, they scan. So first thing that come up to them is the card name, because that to identify the card. Then comes the mechanical part of the game, either it's the cost or the damage or the effect, whatever mechanics that card does. And the trigger condition, when does this card come into play? And sometimes there's an atmospheric text or no, or not. Dominion does it really well because they have their the hierarchy in their card is in a very good, in a minimal format, yet done very well. So if you see, the card name is pretty much large and centered on top. The cost is totally isolated has its own symbol in a form of a coin, and to the bottom left, and the effect is also mentioned over here. Other effects which are the trigger conditions and all those things, all those are clearly placed in the center. And there is little to no, there's no atmospheric text over here. So this is something that's really a good hierarchical design of a card. Iconography is also something that game designers use to define, to relieve us from so much text in a card. So if the icons are well designed, it's pretty much easier to read the card at a glance than reading a full paragraph of text. So, and also in games, cards are rotated, they are read from a distance, fatigue is always there. So it's much more easier to identify an iconography than reading a paragraph text. Race for the Galaxy has a very tough, not tough, I would say, but a very large icon system. It is quite icon heavy. And for new players, it's quite taxing constantly to see what each icon means. But for a player who is very experienced, they can just read that full card in a glance. So that is something, that is one way of doing it. So basically to select a typeface, and if we see based on whether it should be atmospheric or performative. So atmospheric typeface would evoke that setting or genre of the game, while performative brings out the legibility of that card. Atmospheric often displays the decorative or the historical, or how the game should feel when you read the type, while performative is totally a humanist sense or serif. used because it is something that the function comes first over there. In an atmospheric, it has high stroke contrast, a closed aperture, while performative would have a low contrast, open aperture. And atmospheric would be appropriate at large sizes like titles and names, while performative are best when the body part or the effect in a card is red, and which are generally 7, 8, 9 points. To propose a framework, so if a typeface is designed for games, maybe some of the points that should be taken into account. The temporal resilience, does the type perform well in the fourth hour of the game as well as when you start the game? While starting the game, there is not much of a cognitive load, so it's much more easier to read. But later on in R4 or 5, it becomes quite difficult to read as well as remember what that card is. And when you have 80, 90 cards together, it's quite difficult. The physical robustness, does the type survive the rotation handling? As I said, in a board game, you sit across the table. So if a card is placed in the center, can everybody read it? A cognitive accessibility, does the type aid the scanning and pattern matching? So as the game drags on, is it easier to just look into the card and decide that whether, like read the card at a glance by just seeing it? And finally, the systematic consistency. Does the typographic system remain coherent across all card types and components? So it is easier to understand the card while just picking it up. Some protocols to follow for testing such typographic choices. The fatigue test. So basically read the card after 30 minutes of unrelated cognitive activity. The distance test, generally read the card from 60, 90, and 120 centimeter, like across the table. The rotation test, as I mentioned, the cards rotated, a rotated card, how would it read? Read while holding a conversation because there's always an interruption. And finally, read the cards a number of times with gaps in between, and does it read as clearly as it is? So basically, typography in play and fatigue is, through this talk, I just want to say that the best typographic decision is not the one that looks right under like idle condition, but the one that still works when everything else has gone wrong. By wrong, I mean during games, there's too much of a cognitive load when you are playing a large complex game, and does the type still holds on? Thank you.
Righty. Thank you so much. That was very interesting. I think that it's very, I don't know, it's like a support that we sometimes don't think about, like the cards. And it's
Yeah.
very nice to like see how you can solve it, like obviously through like type and
Yes.
like, yes. Let me see if we have like any questions in the chat, and let me check YouTube very quickly. I don't think we have any questions, but like maybe you can tell us a bit more about like some of like, I mean, obviously like you talk about like the challenges, but like finding specific like, I don't know, like type, like I mean, obviously you solve it like with graphic design, but like what do you look for like in the type specifically when like you're doing this?
So I would also like to give an example of a game called Spirit Island. It has like quite a lot of cards, yet it does it very well. When you are when you just take the card, there is a set of symbols on the left which determines what that card does, and the flavor text is also not much. What the card does is also very limited with a lot of typography, a lot of iconography in it. So that I would say is a good example of a well-designed game which drags on get the type is really big.
Nice. And like, can I ask how you like how you got here, like to designing like parts?
So I started out as a game designer. I am
Nice.
yeah, I'm trained as a game designer, and I started out designing games, but to design games you have to play a lot of games, and while playing I figured out that there are a lot of issues in complex long drawn games. And once you are in the 4th, 5th hour playing the game, it becomes very difficult to sit down and read what is written over there. And if it's a long paragraph, it becomes uh, quite a drag. And
Mm-hmm.
so that is something. Then I started seeing, like, I started reading about typography and all those things. Because I am more into designing of the game systems than in the graphic design part.
Right.
So when I started reading about this, I figured out that I started getting to know more games and the problems that they have. So, which led me to like create a framework and basically putting a framework to the type designers, so they can create a type for, particularly for games, long drawn games, basically.
Nice. Well, that's, yeah, I don't know. I guess sometimes we say that type is really everywhere, but like sometimes we don't stop to think about the fact that it is really everywhere. And there
Yeah.
can be like some very fun solutions for it in things that
Yeah.
maybe we don't do like a double take on every day.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much. That was
Yep.
very, very interesting. And thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Yes. We have a few. Oh, wait. Hello. Yeah. We have a few minutes left before Ink's presentation, but I think we need to do some setup with her presentation. So maybe we can try to do that if you're, if you're there already.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes.
Okay, yes, I'm here.
Hi.
But it's raining outside, so I was hoping to start from outside. So maybe, do we want to start on time or should we start now?
Maybe we can just test like the pinning
Yes.
your slides.
So my slide would be just through this camera.
Okay, perfect.
So there's, yes. And yeah, we will see.
Nice. Well, if you are ready, we can start. It's a little.
We can start.
Wait, yes, we're losing you a bit.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
We will hear you okay, but like you freeze at times.
Okay,
Now
I think it's because now it's good.
Yeah, now it's good.
Okay, I do
So
want to
pretty.
see how I do. Oh, you mean me?
Of course you, but also the landscape is very pretty.
It just started raining. So should we start now or what do you think?
Yeah, we can start now.
Okay. So hi everyone. I'm Ing. And this is live from Svalbard. And now I am one of those people doing live stream here. So anyway, so I want to quickly talk about Svalbard. And let me switch my camera to the other side. So this is Svalbard. And if you are from Europe or other places, you might know it of like being Spitsbergen. And it is a Norwegian archipelago between the Norway mainland and the North Pole. And right now, our main town there, Longyearbyen, it is at we're at 76 degrees north, of course. And here we have about 24 to 2,800 residents. And last year I became one of them. And So in World War II, most of the town there, Longyearbyen, was destroyed during World War II. So they founded this area. It's called Nibien. Nibien means new city, new town. And then this building is where my studio is at right now. It's the Spitsbergen Art Center. And it was built in 1947. That's a long time standing. So let's take you inside. I want to say today's my favorite weather, besides it just started raining, but you can see these fogs comes down pretty low, and it's just really beautiful. And you can see there it's a old coal mine. So Longyearbyen used to be a coal mining town. And the last coal mine just closed last year, I believe, or this year. And that was an old coal mine still standing. And even though it's in the Arctic in the summer, down here there's no snow, but you can see like higher on in the mountain there's still some snow. I would take you into Spitsbergen Art Center. Now my notes are wet. So here. And because this used to be a coal mining town, so it became a custom that when you come into any places, you take your shoes off. Because if you were a coal miner, you would know your shoes are just very dirty. Once you come in, you will see I made this. This is my first ever sign that I tried to paint. It's here. They're so kind to let me use it. And inside, there are exhibition running there. And here is the craft shop. Here's a craft store that sells local stuff. Things made with coal, made with reindeer antler. It's really cool. And this building, it's also hosting artist residency. So we will have a lot of visiting artists from all over the world. So welcome to my studio. Quickly walk through it. I would go through some detail in a little bit, but I just want to give an overall view. Okay. So before we started, I do want to talk about
Oh no, I think.
sorry,
Oh, yeah.
sorry,
Yeah, okay.
no, because I'm trying to mount my camera, so that's good. Since this is a casual thing, so I'm just really taking casual to the next level.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
okay.
No, we love this casual.
Yeah, so this place, the Artist Center, let's see. So we actually host a lot of visiting artists in this building. And the lease of this building is expired next year. So we are trying to keep this place going. And I will drop a link in the chat. So if anyone can, if you are happy to support us, you can sign a petition to help us keep the door open here. Okay, let's go to do the real presentation now. Now I have a quick overview. So when I thought about making a presentation, I was like, do I really want to do a PowerPoint or a keynote? So I decided to be the human PowerPoint, and I will build this up as we talk. This is very experimental, so just stay with me. I think this will work. Okay. So, should I lower it? Is it too? Let me actually.
I think we see it okay, but it doesn't seem as close, but it's we see it okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna make this higher.
Perfect. The human zoom.
Yes, human zoom. Okay. So I want to talk about how I was working from New York City, and then now I found a home here in Svalbard. And it all began in 2013. Well, I started living in New York since 2028 full time, but 2013 is when I started working as a designer in New York. I'm gonna make it even higher. Bear with me.
It's okay.
This is part of being here. Actually, you just need to figure out.
Completely okay. We love this. The human PowerPoint.
Okay, so in New York, I started in 2008. I moved to New York, and then I started working from the 13th to here. Then in 2022, because of things COVID, I decided to move on and go on a 3-year of travel. And then till last summer, I decided to stay here. Now I live here in Svalbard. Grab my pen. I was very inspired by those definitely computer made video on YouTube that you just write. So I'm gonna write right now. So in 2013, I got a job as an art director in advertising. Then in New York corporate world, I got promoted, art supervisor, group art supervisor, ACD, and to 2022 when I quit, I was VP, design director. But all this era, I am calling it, every day I'm hustling. And at the same time, because of my first job as an art director, the company would support us to better ourselves and they would support us to take classes that's related to what we do. So because of that, I took my first calligraphy class. Then from the first calligraphy class at Cooper, I also took the first lettering class. Eventually, I joined Typelab Cooper. Don't judge my handwriting, it's usually better than this. And for this era, I'm calling it everyday lettering. Then after I quit my day job, about 2024, I quit my day job. I actually didn't know what to do. And that was it took a long time to really figure out what I want to do, because now I have done all these. I did the calligraphy, then I did lettering, then I did Typelab Cooper. I wasn't sure what's really next for me. So my option was, do I want to do typeface do I want to go back to calligraphy? This was taking a long time, but eventually I felt, okay, calligraphy, that's what I want to do. Here is when I started practicing daily and when I started the project Moby Dick, and I will show you very shortly. And till now, I got a studio earlier this year in May, April. This is when my practice really changed, even though it started here in 24. Okay, so I want to show you some of the Moby Dick practice now. This board goes away. One of these books. So when I wanted to go back to calligraphy, one of the main things is because I was doing lettering for a long time, and somehow I just didn't feel like I was growing anymore. So I thought if I feel my calligraphy star helped my lettering so much, what does it feel like now going back to calligraphy? And I was also going on a sailing trip. So I was like, okay, maybe I should read Moby Dick. If I want to read Moby Dick, maybe I can also write it at the same time since it's all about obsession. So here, I started just writing daily. I don't want to spend too much time on this because but just every day. Well, I try every day because I also don't want to feel like if I stop one day, then the project is a failure, right? I didn't want that. So then I also got bored, so I started doing different design. So this is just book one. I also started doing some wiggly stuff. I think they're really fun. So this is book one. And I actually have I already filled 5 of these books. More. Oh, so this is the latest book. I decided to, book 5. This is my book 5. I decided to try a different style. Italic is my first hand. And I decided to come back to write italic. It's just a lot of practice every day. So this project has been going on for almost 2 years now. And Moby Dick is kind of crazy that so like 2 years in, I just finished chapter 15. And it's more than 100 to go, but I like to think of it, it's like, oh, 1/10 of it's done. So not too bad. So these 5 books are just Moby Dick. Okay. Now, second page of my human PowerPoint. But here, work. I want to think about work. When I talk about work, I'm talking about people pay me to do things, right? So I did a lot of design, I did a lot of advertising. When I think about what I do for myself, it was letters. And when we come to any design project, we always think about like who, what, and why, right? And I do want to use this on myself to think about what's in me, and then what matters. Right? And why am I making these? And sometimes this is kind of crazy. I now am at a point feeling like if I don't make it, I feel like I would die. There's so much in me. I need to make things. Okay, so like I said, when we have work for other people, that's creating for everyone else. I always think for the client what they are looking for, what it should look like, and what should the audience receive it. How does the audience feel when they look at these design that I'm presenting? It's all about making for others. And now I'm thinking about creating for myself. There is actually a lot of back and forth because a lot of work here, all the work I do is on computer. And so now when I'm sitting in front of my computer, immediately I am still feeling like, oh, now I'm being punished, I'm working. So that is a very difficult part, especially now I have to make social media stuff, I have to build my website, now I'm on my own. So there were a lot of thinking, especially I did feel a little jaded and lost my passion for graphic design with like so many years working in advertising and design. Like I am okay, I am good at it, but I wouldn't say I'm like amazing because I'm also not constantly trying to push myself because I already kind of know what the client wants, what the expectation is. And one big thing also is when you work for an agency, everything is due yesterday. Everything is a very, very quick turnaround. And when I now am creating for myself, I'm always comparing like, why does this take me so long? If I can do a branding project in like a couple of weeks, a month, why is it taking so long to make for myself? I know every designer, all of you will agree, it's impossible to design for yourself. And this is really my practice. The practice I need the most is going from hustling to now I'm really trying to understand what's in me, like what really matters. So many things I need to reconsider. And I don't want to use the word forgive, but like allow myself to let it brew, to see how like what really come out. So this is what I'm trying to do, be a turtle, but maybe not, but maybe not really a turtle, but give it a little skateboard so it's a little faster than a turtle. And through this progress, slowly, there are flowers and butterfly, all the things, and happy, and more things happen. And now, slowly and slowly, I started to have more feeling for design when I'm making my own post. Now I'm like spending more in design. I don't think I'm amazing in that at all. I'm still trying to understand what my style is because more than 10 years, all my design was just for others. And I know what it looks good. I know what looks good and I know what worked, but is that really me? What is me, right? And then I also, as you can see, I'm coming back to illustration. When I was young, I really wanted to grow up to be an illustrator. And I grew up to learn, I just like to draw. It can be letters, it can be other things. I just want to work with my hand. And being away from that for so long, now I'm really slowly trying to bring those back and see how it show up in my work. And then lastly, what is art? Because now I do have this feeling of there's something in me. I want it to come out. And if I don't do it, I do feel like I'm going to burst so much. So here is my second page of human PowerPoint. I don't have that many, so don't be scared.
Next slide, please.
Okay, so quickly talk about the yay and nay living here. Ow, I mixed up my stuff. Hold on. So here, yay, it's cold. Like Okay, I don't know how much you love to shower, but if you live here, you don't actually have to shower every day. So it's cold and it's kind of nice. You don't sweat a lot, even though when you walk around you do. And the name is also cold. I was recently in Amsterdam, and then that's the first time I realized, wow, the entire time when I'm here in Svalbard, my condition is I'm not cold. I'm never warm. But when I was in Amsterdam, I was, wow, that's warm. Okay. And right now it's about 6 degrees. That's about 43-ish Fahrenheit. And then being here, I'm free. Right. On the opposite side, it's the instability. So what's the instability? Like I now don't have income because I don't have a job. And housing is difficult here because this used to be a coal mining town, like I said. So most of the housing are tied to company, tied to job. And I was really, really lucky. I was able to find a private little tiny home. And yeah, and a studio, like I mentioned, the contract of this building ends next year. So I might actually lose this beautiful space. Next, nature. Nature, it's beautiful. It's just beautiful all the time. Every day I come out, it's just the best thing ever. Then, because of that, so much inspiration. From all that, I feel zen all the time. Well, not all the time, sometimes. Okay. And what's bad about nature? All the things that can kill you here, like polar bear. So without a weapon, you are very confined in just the town center. Next, being here, solitude. I love being alone, which is why I escaped New York. I traded one extreme for the other, from New York to here. And from solitude, I can have peace, and that helps me to be creative. On the opposite side, because we rely on each other a lot, which is not my go-to. Then from here, you can see it's an island. Everything has to come from somewhere. We don't have vegetation. Everything comes from the shipment. So we have a lot of limitation. Limitation of food. I'm a foodie. I think like most people who grew up, especially in Asia, food is such a big thing in our culture. Now I'm here, the choices are very little, and I miss fresh vegetable. And sometimes you have a recipe in mind, you go to the supermarket, but there's nothing there, so you just have to improvise. It's fine, but there's limitation. And the biggest thing, our supply. Many companies don't ship here. So I rely on my trip to Amsterdam here and there to pack all the papers, to pack all the ink, paint that I need, brushes. For example, in my latest trip, I missed buying something. So now I just have to deal with it till the next time. Okay, so because of this also comes back limitation would actually help me to minimalist. So if you have followed me or like if you have listened to my talk before, you know, like I live a very minimalist lifestyle. So this really keeps me to continue that. But because everything's a scarcity, so I started hoarding stuff like newspaper, IKEA boxes, like all these are made with like boxes that I keep. So I have this paper because I'm not wasting like the fancy art paper that I have to physically carry, right? So last thing is, yay, it's a new beginning. But everyone likes a new beginning, but the opposite side is also a new beginning. It's hard to start. New beginning brings me to a lot of identity crisis. But one of my identity is I can never spell correctly, and here it's a proof. So this is a lot of self doubt. A lot of self-doubt because now I am kind of new, even though I have more than 10 years working in advertising in New York. Now I'm coming back to try to do this letter thing full time. I'm new in this. I don't know what I'm doing. And when I started getting jobs doing this, I also am going back to a role of designer, and I have been in a situation that I really want to do the work, but my pay is like a junior designer pay. Do I take it? Do I not take? And in my mind, I was like, wow, now I have to do this. It's a big, I don't want to say it's a step back, but there are a lot of things being lost while I now focus on just doing the letter thing. And also, another thing is I've been doing lettering for a long time now, and I think most of my audience are following me because of my lettering work. So I see a big difference, especially on Instagram. I know we shouldn't care about it, but I care about it. I'm not losing sleep over it, but like everyone's lying when they say they completely don't care about it. Okay. So when I post lettering stuff, it's so much more popular than when I do some of these like crafty things. So that's something I noticed too. And identity, I wanted to do illustration. When I was young, I thought like when I grow up, I want to be an illustrator. Then I also got into design. So that's most of the thing I do. Then I spent 10 years doing more than 10 years in advertising. Then I found calligraphy, started drawing letters. I also learned typeface design. And recently, I started doing these brush painting, but sign painting. But all these things, I don't think one thing really describes of what I want to do. So I don't know, TBD. And another identity thing is I'm Taiwanese. When I was in the US, before I moved here, even though I am now a citizen of US, I still strongly feel like I'm Taiwanese. But now I don't live in the US. I slowly feel like I can feel this American coming up. So I live in New York for 16 years. It's hard to not feel like a lot of my growing up culture and like is influenced by American. So here it's like all the confusion and I don't know what to do. Then I realized my real identity, I need to accept. It's just an idiot. Once I accept I know nothing, I really don't know what I'm doing. If I'm honest, I don't. If I accept that I am just a freaking idiot, then I can always begin again. So the Zen master was always talk about beginner's mind and always approaching something with a new. I'm always learning. That is the way to always grow. And since I'm an idiot, I can always feel like, you know what? I'm terrible at it. I'm going to move on, begin again, try something else. And all this thing comes back to the last, it's all about faith. Faith, when I'm talking about the word faith, it is not about an outside being, not like I have faith, good things going to happen, I have faith, I'm going to win the lottery, I'm going to have faith in this and that. No, it's that I have faith in myself of like, no matter what comes next, I have the ability to deal with it. And the face of now, I feel like I do feel I'm struggling a little to get a studio together, to work the way I want and still have a sustainable living way. And I do feel this is a very, very important time for me and my practice right now, even though I am struggling and I just can sense all I'm doing now, it's gonna work out. I just have faith in that. You don't have to believe me, you will see. And that's all. I'm ending my presentation, my PowerPoint here.
Wow, thank you so much. This was very inspiring as always. Yeah,
Thank you.
there's a lot of love in the chat.
Thank you.
Yes, everyone's saying you're very inspiring and that you're their new design hero, which I agree with. I think there was a question. Wait, let me look for it. Where was it? Here. Hillary asks, how did you fund living costs, food, housing, when you gave up work and travel?
Okay. I am now just living, I'm just now living with saving. I am just completely saving. And fund is running low. I'm freaking out slightly. But I just know it will work out. I just have to deal with this. And at the beginning, I was really pushing myself, asking myself, like, why am I not working hard enough? But I feel I'm working hard. And I currently am not making any money, but we'll see. I'm not looking to be a millionaire. I kind of feel like I would never be making as much money as I was in New York, but I feel like my heart, my inside feels pretty light, and I just really believe it will work out, even if I won't be rich. That's what I know, and I'm okay with it.
You will be rich in experiences and practice and calligraphy, which is also very good.
Yeah, thank you.
I think, wait, somebody was asking for you to hold up your last sign with your contact info.
I actually did make this while other people were making. Oh no, it's the opposite side. No, it's mirroring.
Yes,
It's
perfect.
mirroring.
Yeah, so everyone take a screenshot.
Yeah, you need to flip it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Perfect.
Yes.
And then there's, again, a lot of love, amazing work. And there's another question. If you have any upcoming workshops that people can participate in.
Yes, I have a script lettering workshop coming up. I think Tamara, you were in it before,
Yes,
like
yes,
years
in the
ago.
first one.
Yes, the first boot camp ever, and then now it's coming back, and I will be teaching script lettering workshop, and then I will also introduce black lettering soon. And then now, since
Ooh.
I'm traveling between, well, I'm now based in Svalbard, but I go to New York and still go back to Taiwan a lot. And when I'm there, I want to also offer workshop in that for that time zone, so people don't have to stay up. And all my workshops are only 6 people because I really like small, like intimate connection, and I can really like guide people. Yes.
Yeah, that's very nice. I highly recommend the workshop if people have an opportunity to take it. It's nice. It's yeah. Uh Wait, let me see if let me go check YouTube if we have any questions there. Uh, okay, no, YouTube's no questions, just lots of hearts and
Thank you.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
can I know my parents are like watching in Taiwan, so I just want to say hi.
of course.
爸妈，我上电视了。不是上电视，是上你在电脑看的话，爸妈，我上电脑了。
Hello. Yeah, that's very nice. Cute. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if the chat has any more questions. I have one. Like I remember when you started like traveling there, it was just for like shorter periods of time because like you were like I remember you telling me that you wanted to like see different places, like you wanted to have like this sort of like nomad life in a way.
Yes. Yes.
What made you decide to like, I mean, maybe not settle completely, but at least settle for now?
Yes. So when I began to start living a nomad life, that my thought was to do that for 2 to 3 years, and then 3 years happened, and I really love it here. And when I'm here, so I visit here as a tourist maybe 5 years ago, and I just keep coming back because I feel very much connected to the place. I feel very peaceful. So when I'm looking for a place to slow down to create, I think wanting to create is a big part of um, like deciding to stay still for now, because I just want to make things. And during the last 2 years, I do carry my Moby Dick sketchbook everywhere I go. I went sailing for 2 months. I was writing on the sailboat, and I just like try to keep it up. But now I really want to make a bigger pieces. Oh yeah, I can show you this big piece that I
Yes.
recently finished. So this is
That is that also from Moby Dick, or that's just like a
no,
different?
so this is a different text. I originally just want to practice, but I guess it ended up being something. And then also here also a ton of work.
Nice. Yay.
So, so this is my studio. It's still like being put together, but I'm happy to share when it's still in progress because I think that's also precious.
Yes. We have more questions. Why did you choose Black Letter for scribing Moby Dick, and how did you choose which style of Black Letter?
Yeah. So I really, really love black letter. I know like when I go to museum, when I went to museum as a like younger person, I always was attracted to those like old manuscripts. It's a pattern for me. I really love the pattern. And when I look at those old books, I actually will like follow each strokes to see that, and I can really feel the rhythm. So even though italic was my first calligraphy hand, I really wanted to learn black letter. And then after that, I just keep learning it. So when I come back to do calligraphy, I knew that black letter would be the first one I want to start. Yeah, because of the pattern, just so beautiful. Like this black and white. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's very satisfying. It's like ASMR
Yes.
for type designers.
Yes.
And we have one more. Does where you are living affect what kind of projects you feel more interested in pursuing?
Yes. So going back to talk about the limitation, like I don't have art supply store, so I have to work with what I have. And like I would buy, I really tried. I bought these supermarket paintbrush, and I felt like it's not about the tool, it's about my skill. No, it's also about the tool. These like I cannot do anything. I cannot really write well with them. And then also, if you can see here, these are newspaper. And because I wanted to practice and I didn't want to waste my good paper that I carry from Amsterdam to write. So I got these newspaper. Then they turned out to be very nice. And I really love like using the newspaper. So this is giving me new idea. So I think limitation actually gives me, well, it's kind of forcing me to figure out a new way to do things. And then of course, like being here when I'm thinking about or talking to friends about like how to make a living, how to possibly do anything with my art, it would always be like, oh, do some polar bear stuff or do some like Arctic related stuff. And then like, I don't feel that yet in me. I'm very inspired by the landscape. So I can see myself one day doing some work that's inspired by the landscape itself. Yeah. So I hope that answered.
Yes.
It's always changing.
That's amazing. What's the weirdest tool? I mean, obviously, like in that setting, what's like the weirdest tool that you had to use because you have like a limitation of
No, like
supplies?
right now it has been okay. It's more of like material, like paper, this kind of thing. So I keep all the scrap, but I do have, well, since this is like a coal mining place, so I do have a plan to perhaps try to experience how to make ink with coal and to do a piece that's really inspired by this local place using a real local material. Yeah.
Nice. I don't know if we have more questions. Wait. Yes, there's one. How does one make ink with coal?
So this is going to be a learning experience. So I have to grind the coal and then use gum arabic to try to bind it. And I don't think that would be dark enough. So I will have to also just experience the ratio with actual black ink. How does it work? But gum arabic is the thing I didn't get in Amsterdam this time. So I have to wait till, so I just have to wait till August when I go again and have to buy it.
Do you make like a list of everything that you need to get when you?
I try, but then I then I will lose the list.
I know.
And then I also make lists on different, like on computer, on phone, on paper. They're everywhere. I am very not organized.
It's okay. I mean, you've been very good at like figuring it out so far. So I think
Yes.
that's very
We
good.
live and learn.
Yes. I think you might have said this before, but like, is there a reason why you chose Moby Dick?
Yes. So I was going on a sailing trip, and if you know me, you know, like I like crazy adventure stuff. So I went on a sailing trip that went from Argentina to Antarctica, then cross the Atlantic to Namibia. And this trip takes 2 months. And before this trip, I just feel like, okay, maybe it's time to read Moby Dick. Everyone talks about it. And also shout out to Tianming. Like I remember having coffee with her and we were talking about when as a type designer, you would use these like old classic books to test your typeface. So we were talking about it. So that kind of made me think like, okay, if you use that to test your typeface, why don't I just use that to practice? Because now I have like so many different word combination now, like how in calligraphy we sometimes just write the brown fox over and over again. Yeah. So yeah, so I decided to write the Moby Dick. So I am reading as I go. So right now, Ishmael, chapter 15, still not at sea. Still not at sea. So I still don't know about this whale at all.
maybe halfway through.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, that was very great.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for sharing. It was
Thank you so
very
much.
fun. I love the
Thank you.
PowerPoint format of this.
Yes.
And yeah, thank you for like the small like landscape trip, and yeah, for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers for today. I think that we had like a very great lineup. This was the last talk, so I don't know if people have like any thoughts or want to say something. This is your last chance to do it. But yeah, thank you to everyone for participating, speakers, people who came here, people who are watching us on YouTube. The last day for Typelab Europe will be on Sunday at 2, when we have the Type media presentations. They will be graduated at that point, so come join. And also, if you want to join the live stream for the Typelab Americas, that's on their YouTube channel. You can find it in the typographics website. And also, they will also be live streaming the Typelab, the human Typelab that they have going on there. So yes, they also have some very cool talks left. So make sure to check those out. Yeah, that was it for me. Hope you enjoyed being part of this year's Typelab, and hopefully we see you all next year. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.